Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Hi, guys. Welcome back for a Home Alone special of Let's Talk Geeky. So, guys, Home Alone 1, did you watch and enjoy?
Yes, definitely.
Good, good.
Loved it. And it was nice to see it again after all
Yes.
these years. It's quite hard to I can't really remember how many years ago I saw it, but it was so long ago that it was like watching it for the first time again in many ways. I only remembered bits of it.
Yeah.
And I thought, go ahead, Jim.
No, I was going to say that is very true. I know I watched it recently, but it feels like watching it again for the first time because it was bringing it for our discussion here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, me and my wife sat down and watched it with a nice curry. Sitting enjoying
lovely.
it. So after a bit of Christmas shopping, come on, watched Home Alone. I think during the week we're going to watch Home Alone 2 because we've been in New York and there's a bit where you can go, been there, been there, been there. So that's what we're going to do next week or during the week. We catch up on another movie.
Oh, God, I almost jumped out of my chair when you did that.
Well, that was me pressing the wrong button.
Well, it could have been a case of...
Yes.
I need to get my headphones in so I can actually tell. But, yeah, I must admit, Home Alone, it's one of those movies that is just... It's entertainment for the sake of entertainment.
Yes. Yeah, definitely agree.
If you think about it, the story doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's entertaining. Why do you need to think about it?
Yeah. You can't pick it apart too much because I think it's designed to just be a Christmas film to sit around with the family, any age group. It's just got a little bit of something for everybody, and it's just fun.
Yeah.
And I think that's the beauty of it. If you look at it too deeply, there's obviously a lot of plot devices and things like that there's like a lot of plot holes. But so if you looked at it, looking at it critically, you could pick up a lot of plot holes. But the way the movie plays out, it's just fun. It's just good old-fashioned fun.
It reminded me, I know it sounds silly, but it reminded me of Tomorrow. Visually, it was entertaining. But
that's interesting.
It falls apart.
That visually was painful too, especially if you're the bad guys.
Yes.
Yeah. Those are the kinds of things you can actually feel happening to them.
Yes, and the good thing is, this has been the franchise has been rebooted. The Home Alone franchise.
I know there's a Home Alone 4.
There's Home Alone 1 to 4, but there was a different guy in the third and fourth, but they've rebooted the franchise with a new kid. The difference is the kids are an obnoxious wee brat. Gets what he wants, and the two people who think he's stolen something are just trying to get it back because they're about to have to foreclose in their house, and they're just trying to get their expensive doll that they think he's stolen. So in effect, all the bad things that happen to them, they're not actually doing anything bad. They're just trying to get something back that they think he's stolen. So
it's completely opposite to the core
people,
of
the good people are getting the things done to them, and the obnoxious person is the one that's actually you're meant to feel good about.
It completely misses the point then, because the original is the kid is just trying to defend his home. And you can tell that, and there's something I've really picked up on. I know it's going to come a little bit later in the discussion this evening, but you can tell that he set up the defenses in the house, but he's rapidly retreating. This is first line, second line, third line, run up the stairs. This is fourth line of defense. Then it's like escaping the house. He has a plan to make sure that they can't chase him from doing that escape. But even in the middle of that, he has to plan, okay, I need just to stall them for a couple of more minutes. At this point, I'm calling the police. I just need to keep them around for a little while longer. And there are a few clever things that I will actually point out later that are so brilliant around the storytelling in this.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to hop on. Scene's Grand Miranda is here. And as I said, I would do the other T-shirt I had. This guy loves mince pie. Because obviously,
Yes, nice shirt.
that's it from her. So I thought I might as well wear this T-shirt, my Christmas T-shirt, because I did have a load of mince pies today.
I like
went
your
with
T-shirt,
the red
Jim.
theme, and then this is literally Kevin's excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one applies every single day.
Yes, definitely. It is absolutely definitely. And although this is a moving picture, it's just coincidental. Me and Wendy has got the same stuff on.
Yes, I've gone for a little. I've gone for the antler theme.
Yes,
It's
same
very
here.
festive.
Yes, we will break out the proper bah humbug hats.
Yes,
I think nearer to Christmas.
Yes. Because we've got next week is going to be the Hogfather, which is going to be a bit earlier
love
on.
it.
And then the week after that, we're just going to talk Christmas movies.
Yeah.
Which there's so many, it's one of those things.
And the unconventional Christmas movies as well, the ones that sort of divide, shall we say, the ones that are sort of divided opinion. Is it a Christmas movie? Is it not a Christmas movie? Yes.
Some of these ones there. And we know
Yes.
Jim's talking about that one. I think it's that one. I better look behind me. No, it's the one in between. It's that one there. Jim thinks it's yes, which can be very controversial. Is it a Christmas movie or is it just a movie set at Christmas?
I could learn how to fly off the Nakatomi Plaza.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And yes, I must admit, I quite agree with Colin. One hell of a graph of in-depth defence. I think it was not even decided at the first line, the second line. He was just moving. Constantly on the move.
This is something... I wanted to start a little bit earlier in it. The movie actually starts off in a fairly dark place. We have an actual real excuse why Kevin is being left alone.
Yeah.
Because there are too many kids around. There's always constant fighting, bickering, and everything. It's not just him, but his mom and dad doesn't really listen to him whatsoever. I mean, take her. I think it's literally a 3-minute block, literally at the beginning of the film. He's trying to get his mom's attention, but she's going, "I'm on the phone, Kevin. Go away."
Yeah.
And
well,
that
the thing is,
like,
we were sitting watching it. My wife had actually, she hadn't seen it before, and one of the things she says is, "His family's horrible."
It is, but it isn't that horrible. It's just they're just too busy, and they're expecting quite a lot for him because he isn't literally just fighting with his next sibling up. He's fighting with the top sibling, Buzz.
I don't know. Cousins and everything. It's just falling. But Colin, yes, invite as many people as possible for Hogfather next week.
I have to say, when I was watching this now a second time, I found that the family were pretty harsh on him, really, and he was actually quite a clever little lad, and he was so clever that I think he was bored of a lot of the conversations that families were having and things that were going on, so he couldn't really relate to them as much. Yeah. So it paints him as an extremely clever lad, which is evidenced then by his incredible imagination and his ability to defend that huge house from two.
Yep.
You're very right there, but we're gradually getting introduced to this. So the first time he really comes across, he understands these guys are bad guys, but he's not doing the silly thing. He's not doing what most people would do when they perceive danger. They will run to a safe zone. For a small kid, that would usually be run straight home. He's running away. He's hiding. at the Christmas display in front of the church before he's sneaking back home. He has that intelligence, but immediately after that scene, we also get introduced that, hang on, this kid is really bright. He's actually very smart, and we see that through his use of the remote control. It was like, keep the change, you filthy animal. I mean, it's such gorgeous and great way of thinking.
Yeah.
And even the thinking, and I know this is written by smart adult people, but to enhance the sound from the TV when he's going, I'm giving you 10, 1, 2, 10, bum, bum, bum. It's actually having firecrackers in a pot next to the door where Marv is standing. So it would really, really sound like, yes, there's actually bullets flying.
Yeah. The thing is, when you first see Harry, you don't know he's a bad guy because he's standing as a cop. Just
yes, I love that.
That was the thing, and he was there for so long.
Yeah, exactly.
You start thinking, what is this guy doing?
Yeah. And Grand Moff Miranda, I've read all the books and I've got them all on audiobook as well. I love Terry. I'm a big Watch fan. I love the Watch books.
Yes.
So I do.
Yes. I got Darren a Watch case file from the Discworld website store, and it's got like, you open it up and you've got your Watch card and you've got all your paperwork and things. I can't remember everything that's in it now, and it's absolutely brilliant. I've got him. He's got a one of the Unseen University diplomas as well.
Yeah, I've got somewhere 2 old diaries. One is a black one, and it's got the 2 crossed daggers, the double cross. Basically, the Assassin's
I'm going to have to slightly disagree with you when it's not Death that is the favorite character; it's the daughter of Death.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if Susan is better than Death. I think Death is better.
Death is an amazing character. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I love Death wanting to go on a holiday or have a vacation. It's
or wanting to murder a curry.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. I've got that written by Terry in one of my books. I went to see him and I skipped my work. I got caught in traffic, and when I got down to get him to sign, I asked him to sign. My favourite line: I could murder a curry. So he put a sickle right next to it, murder a curry. Terry. So I've got that in one of my books because that's my favourite line from any of his stuff. And Death is definitely one of my favourites. I've even got a video somewhere. It is the Witches Abroad. Was it the Witches Abroad? The animated one, the cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
It's not out in DVD, and I have it somewhere in a box. It's that old that it's actually still in one of my original boxes somewhere in the house, but I definitely still have that. And I loved Terry Pratchett. I got the videos when they came out, which was few and far between. But
I mean, I'm not sure if I read all of them, but for me, one of the standout books, because I was working so hard at the time, it was literally 8 o'clock in the morning. I wasn't on my way home until at least 9 o'clock in the evening on the train, and I was sitting and reading. I believe it's The Wee Freeman.
Yeah,
it's about the young girl who is a witch, but she doesn't have a wand. She has a frying pan.
Yep, that's Tiffany.
Yeah,
so it is. And they make Mac Feagles. I love that. And yeah, I wouldn't have touched that TV show with a barge pole. I would not go anywhere near it. I saw what they did to the trailer, and I refused to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
So no,
not the TV
way. Show.
Would not touch that with a 20-foot pole.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Or as my friends used to say, I wouldn't touch that with yours. But that's a different thing altogether.
You go do it.
Yeah.
I'm literally thinking more of Braveheart when the father has had an arrow in his chest and he's getting drunk and everybody's getting drunk, but they need to like put a heated iron to seal the wound. It's like, no, here you do it. Oh, here you do it. That's literally how far I would be pushing it. It's like, no, you go do it.
Yeah. And Weird Sisters, it more likely was. I don't think it was Witches Abroad. I think it was Weird Sisters, the animated one. And I love the death of rats. Squeak. I like the idea of the different deaths. They brought them all together, but he kept the death of rats out just so he had some company. But that's Terry Pratchett. That's next week's.
Yes, you have to be patient. It's next
Truckers
week.
was okay. Strata was the Long Earth stuff I didn't like at all. Yeah, but we're getting distracted by next week's. I've reread all them as well, and Hex the Computer. Right. So for the Terry Pratchett discussion, all I say is
squeak.
That's all I'm saying. But however, Home Alone. I think Home Alone is definitely one of those feel-good movies. It's entertainment for entertainment's sake. If you think about the story, it doesn't work because the old man wouldn't let him go.
Would have realized that he was there on his own. Yeah.
Yeah. The police wouldn't have actually left if they chapped the door and they'd been told a kid was left on it. All the other bits, the burglars wouldn't break in because even though they just see a kid, that could just mean an adult's in bed, unwell, something. It could mean. So why would you actually even take the chance if somebody could recognise you? You just wouldn't. So for all that, it's the disbelief is you just ignore it. It's just for fun, and it is exactly what it is.
But it's lending a little bit of hand to the criminals as well. I mean, as incompetent and childish as they are, and the fact when they turn up on the following day, when they've been scared off by just a light flicking on, and then they're coming back and the entire house is like a massive Christmas party, but it's the kid that has Michael Jordan mounted on a train track just moving around. It's mannequins and he's standing there just like jigging the movements and making sure that it looks like it's full. If I was a criminal, go and like, I've scoped the area, nobody's supposed to be home. It's like, hang on, that house is on. It's literally bouncing.
The one thing my wife did point out, which believe it or not, I didn't notice, they're hell of a wealthy.
Yes,
you see the size of the house when you see it from back. It's basically wow. I never really noticed how big the house was.
That is super wealthy. I mean, you're not going to see the average middle class family living in a place like that. It's definitely very, very wealthy neighborhood.
Yeah,
but I think
it's not super rich, but it's
to the parents being so busy. Because obviously, both mom and dad have big, important careers. They definitely earn money. Unfortunately, that sacrifices times with the insane amount of kids that they have around the house. I believe 6 of them are theirs, and the other 4 belongs to 4 or 5 belongs to the uncles.
Yeah.
Side, but still, 11 kids. So.
Yeah.
Well, well, that's you think about it. When you think about it, because the very first time I saw it, or the first time I saw it, I thought there was only 2 kids. The rest of them were cousins. Because I thought it was only Kevin and Bud. Because of the dynamics between the two. You never think there was one of the other ones was the brother and 2 sisters. Because there was not a lot of dynamics between them all. Yes, they actually said things like, "Oh, you're just have this," or "This, you're what the French call this," and stuff like that. But that they seemed to be around. Even the cousins all did something like that. But it was only the dynamics between Bud and Kevin was the thing I thought. There was only the 2. It's only when you see the picture you realise there's another 3 siblings, which I never noticed until quite recently.
But that's what you get when you come back and really review it, because I know a lot of the films, and even the ones I've been recommending, I'm actually sitting down and going like, did that scene actually mean something? Was the photograph in the background really having something to do with it? And suddenly they just pop out a little bit more, and you just go, oh, hang on. I mean, the photograph Kevin is sleeping with in mum and dad's bed, like you said, it's hinting on this is actually his brothers and sisters and mom and dad.
Yeah.
So.
What I would have liked to have seen more of is obviously there were some scenes I thought could have been cut down in the very beginning. I thought that dragged a little bit long for me, the lead up to when they were leaving. I got the reasoning behind it, but the sort of adventure that starts when Joe Pesci and his sort of, and his character and Marv, when they come on the scene, I would have loved to have seen more of that. Well, more of them trying to come in, but I suppose they wouldn't have survived.
I think so, but I think, which is probably unusual, because in the Home Alone 2, the one in New York, both Daniel Stern and Joe Pesci get a bigger part in it, because it almost starts straight away. There isn't that big preamble, as you said, about how the build up to them all leaving. In the second movie, sort of, he gets left in New York. I can't remember exactly how it happened, but it's not again. But it's a case of happens straight away with Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern appear in it.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you're right. The preamble up until the point where the family end up on the plane was a wee bit. It wasn't. It was a wee bit time consuming. I didn't think it was bad because it had to actually set the scene, but it was a wee bit slow to get there. So it was.
Yeah, it took its time a little bit there, because I got what was going on. I got the fact that he doesn't, he can become frustrated with his family. His family become frustrated with him. And the other thing I noticed about it is that I really disliked the mother character when she was sending him up into that little room at the very top of the house, and the way she was talking to him, I was just like, I really went off her then. And obviously, as the movie progresses, we see how hard she's trying to work to get back to him. And then that sort of redeems her character a little bit.
Yeah, she definitely has that dip. It isn't, she's starting in one place and it goes up. It's literally going way down.
But you've also got that with Kevin as well, because no matter what happens, he seems to be moaning, "Oh, I've got to pack my keys," or "Nobody's listening," even though they're doing other things. It's two of them have got those arcs where they go down. The Kevin is quite a dislikable character at the beginning, because he seems to moan, and because he doesn't get his food, he does this, because everybody's against him, and it's almost implying that they're all caught up in it, but he's the one that's to have the issue with being caught up in it, because he doesn't get his way. Nobody's packing his case, nobody's talking to him, nobody's giving him his food, that type of thing. Whereas I think both of them have that, so they have to come to heads where the mother chases him up to his bed because of a huff, he's in a huff, that thing. And I think both of them go that way, and I think it does the part where I liked the idea of how they did it. They set the movie up as if it was going to be a magical Christmas movie. Because you think about it,
even the intro gives you.
I want all my family to disappear. I want my family to disappear, and then suddenly it's outside. There's the jingle bells, and then the tree, and there's the flames, and then suddenly everybody wakes up. But it's given the impression that it was going to start. If you'd first seen that, it gives the impression that there's magic. It's like Freaky Friday. Suddenly the two of them changed. He was going to wake up and they were gone, and nobody knew where they were. That was the impression it was giving, up until the point they wake up and realise the electricity's down and they're late and they're rushing around. And then we boy in.
But even that part gives a perfect reason why they managed to miss Kevin. Because it's the nosy neighbor kid is getting falsely counted as part of the crew, because he's like digging through the
exactly
backpacks and everything. So is a perfectly no-fault reason why Kevin gets left behind.
And even on the plane, even on the plane, because they had put one of the tickets accidentally in the bin, because you could see the gate attendant. She's counting them, and she's counting them get in. So she wouldn't have actually seen there was one extra ticket. So because you see her when he spills the juice and all that, they lift the hankies up, and one of the tickets goes in the bin.
I saw that, yeah.
To the point where the gate attendant, you see her counting the people going past. So yeah, she wouldn't notice there's one extra ticket, so there's somebody missing.
Exactly, but it's 2 seconds in total that leads to the fact that he's getting overloaded. It's the ticket going into the bin. It's literally half a second. And then, okay, if you take the entire time the nosy neighborhood kid is like rummaging through the luggage, might be a minute. But the fact when he's being counted, that's literally your other second. 2 second explanation why Kevin was completely missed.
Yeah.
But there is actually, I know there's another cut of the movie, because there is a cut where they're counting the heads and they just see someone they think is Kevin, just because the hat, it's the same idea, they're counting heads and they just see this wee head.
The kid just has a knitted hat on, yeah.
Yes, so they think it's Kevin just because they see the head bobbing and they think it's him. So there is the one it's been cut from the movie. I'm sure it's in one of the deleted scenes, and it's a case of they're counting the kids before they go through to the first class and leave the kids in coach. So there is one where I think it's the dad or it's the uncle is counting the kids, and he just sees what he assumes Kevin, and it's turned around it's a wee guy playing a game console on his knees, so he's not paying attention. But so I'm sure they've cut that one out. It was cut out, and I'm sure it's in one of the deleted scenes. But I remember that aspect of it. So the way they did it was, it's not too bad. It's not as if it was a really bad way of doing it. So convoluted, you're sitting there thinking, really, that just does not work. But you could understand the story, where he was getting left and how he got left. So even though you would say, yeah, that wouldn't happen, or that's unlikely to happen, you can still see how they've done it in the movie. Because you can imagine a movie nowadays where they would just turn around and the parents would just completely not even count the kids. They would just assume everybody's on board.
But that's the thing. Yeah. And I know it's just meant to be a bit of fun, but I suppose there was a part of me that was going, how could you not know, you left your own son behind? But it was the way they played, the parents played, especially the mother, was so busy and so stressed all the time and just so disconnected to those little moments and those little things that she couldn't see it. And obviously as the movie progresses and you have the two battles going on, you have Kevin battling the two burglars, and then you have the mother battling to come home.
Yeah.
And she goes through quite a lot.
Yes, but
which anybody would.
The part I didn't like about the movie was the end, where the mum turns up, and then less than 5 minutes later, the father and the rest of the kids, because that effectively turns around and says, see everything she went through. She shouldn't have bothered. To me, that's the fact that they walked in 5 minutes behind. Oh, remember you actually said to wait a couple of days, and we got that the next day one. We were fine.
It was a bit.
It sort of made her journey to get back pointless.
Yeah, because the husband comes in and she says, "How did you guys get here so fast?" And he said, "Well, we just waited for the following day flight, like they told us to wait."
Uh-huh.
So I will disagree here, and I will say that I would expect this of mother. Yeah. Even though it may take her on a wild journey, and let's face it, she gets a rather interesting journey. and we get John Candy.
Yes.
We get John Candy just as
the wonderful John Candy.
Yeah, I'm not
exactly.
saying her journey was as an unnecessary one. I'm just saying the way the movie, they sort of basically made it irrelevant because the dad walks in 2 minutes later. So it made all her hard work to get back her son pointless. Because even if she tried hard and she was 10 minutes later, her dad would have still beat her back, and then effectively all that thing his mum had gone through meant nothing because the dad could have beat her by 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was necessary for her redemption arc as the mother, because she had to go through those trials and tribulations. And it's like Jim was saying, any mother would, there would be just no question. You would get back there however which way you could. If you had to sit on the top of a train, you would get back there. And especially because the police weren't helping, and everything was very, set up to make it impossible for her to get any peace of mind until she physically got there. But I think that was definitely part of her redemption arc. And as Jim said, we got to have obviously John Candy.
Yeah. Well,
I will say this also. I slightly disagree there that yes, that it's not the best way to portray it, but I don't think Home Alone has a single aspect within it as part of the story thread that is redundant. Everything means something. Everything has a resolution. From us learning how smart Kevin is to even Buzz.
Yeah.
Even though he's still a little bit of a jerk, he is a little bit more accepting until at the very end when he finds, Kevin, what the hell did you do to my room?
I was waiting for that.
It was funny because I was sitting reading it. I would agree, except that one point, and it's not the fact his story made it irrelevant. It's whoever made the decision that the father walked in the door 5 minutes later.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. The story was great all the way up, but as soon as they walked in, it effectively turns around and says, "See, if they made it 5 minutes earlier, the mum's journey would have been unimportant because she would have still turned up later than the dad." And it's just that I wish they had maybe a couple of hours later or whatever, the two of them are sitting down for a meal and the rest of the family come in. They were expecting maybe
some
because of
Friday,
like stuff like that.
Some lovely dialogue like between her and Kevin, where she sort of reconnects with him and realizes that she's just been too up in her head and too busy, and so I can see both sides. I can kind of see that. I think obviously they had to wrap the movie up, and then obviously they had to have all the family together, and then give all the people a chance to sort of express that they were actually worried about Kevin, and they actually didn't hate him, and they didn't, they all softened up a little bit. And then you had that
you only get Buzz to do that. The other ones, it's almost like a case of, really? He's normally stupid, he can't go shopping. So you still hear that in the background. It's almost a case of it's disbelief. Whereas Buzz, it's good you didn't burn it down. So it was a wee bit of respect there.
Well, that was brotherly respect. Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, he's going to kill him anyway because he wrecked his room.
But it is, I think that part is mainly for us, the audience.
Yeah.
And also Hail Brightest Day. But it's part for us, for the audience to actually, because initially we see Kevin, he's like the runt of the litter. He's mainly in the way of everybody else. He has to ask for help about everything. He's not good at doing anything. And then you get to see him not only being clever enough to just use initial tactics to repel these two burglars, just like turning on the light in the basement, in the cellar, to kind of like spook them away, to him rigging up so it looks like the entire house is having a party, to him actually setting up the defenses at the end. But I'm going, just like Colin was saying, is defense in depth. This is clever thinking. This is planning ahead. This is not what you would expect from an 8-year-old run-of-the-mill kid. He's definitely a lot brighter than most of the families.
Oh, yeah. Which is why he gets bored and frustrated with the stuff that, that they're doing, or they perceive him as kind of being a nuisance because he's asking too many questions and he's querying everything. But I think there's a scene with his father, isn't there, where he's asking his father questions about something. I'm trying to remember. There's a scene with his dad, obviously early on.
When his mum said about the grow a goatee, he started asking them questions.
Yeah.
It was, I
can't remember the scene.
The
yeah. He shows, because he's asking so many questions, you would think, oh, he's being a nuisance. But in his case, he proves that he's actually quite an intelligent child. And he's, that's why he's asking all the questions, because he's, he'd be bored otherwise. He's gathering information. And he's obviously been observing things, picking things up from the things that he watches on television, know. So the thing where he hangs the heating element on the doorknob.
Yeah.
I was absolutely genius. It was great.
It was, I must admit, it reminded me of the Indiana Jones. You're looking at his hand. It just reminded me of
guy,
that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it was just even the idea of just something simple like ice. They did. You think about it. Nowadays, there would be always something different that was going to happen to them. Then they did put ice on the front and the back steps. The same trick for both of them, but both of them had different reactions. One because it was open, and the other one because it was enclosed. So like Marv sprayed his feet apart.
Oh yes, that is one of my favorite scenes where Daniel Stern is trying to get into the basement and he's struggling to get up, and he's like putting the crowbar up so he can hold it, and then it flips down and the crowbar is just dangling there for just a second, and boom, straight down on his head.
And then he gets up
brilliant,
again, and
but his feet going apart, so he can lock himself and stand. That is like, yes, you actually starting to root for him to be able to get in.
To both of the crooks, and yet it's so different. One's in an enclosed space and one is wide open, because you look at Joe Pesci crawling up, holding on to the banister the first time he did it, gets to the top and goes, oh, boom, again, back down. Second time, he literally crawls right up, and then he grabs the hold of the door. But when he goes through the back, it's a case of touching the door to see if it's hot
and
again.
The great part of that scene was that is very realistic, because if you grow up in either the East Coast of the US, where in the states that have like really heavy winters, I can't tell you how many times I have stood on ice like that, where you literally are literally hugging the railing just to stay upright, because you'd come across like a really icy patch. And so I was crying, laughing, watching that, because I thought, I've been there.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. Yeah, we've all been there. We used to actually make the slides, so we would actually get the hill and we would pour water down it to make it
nice and slidey.
Yep.
So the idea he was just pouring water over it. We used to do that. We used to pour water over cars.
So something I remember growing up in the far north is just being so accustomed to, snow, careful, it can be slippery. And every time I used to come down to Stockholm, and I was walking through the old part of the town, and because I was accustomed to snow, but there being a lot of tourists, there was a lot of people just coming behind me, because they saw, hey, he's just walking ahead. I was just walking because I was used to it. And behind me, I could just hear, whip, people just falling, tripping over, because they weren't accustomed to how to place your feet to be able to walk across more slippery areas. But it's very relatable, and I will say it's called black ice, which is the worst ice you can ever come across, because it literally hides, usually on the snow, but it has zero friction. You cannot get the grip on it at all.
Yes.
There is a Still Game episode about black ice and them buying the shoes, and the three of them. I've got you should go and buy these shoes. There's non-slip. They'll never work with that. And they go, I sure. Away they go. And there is an episode of Still Game. It does that, and I do like.
I've been on black ice with these nails that you put on your shoes.
Yeah.
Trust me, those nails don't help.
No,
not on black ice. They help on ice, not black ice.
The only time they work is if they're actually nails with spikes. Anything else, even these non-slip materials, do not work, because you need something that digs in. So anything that's with the actual metal spikes for it work to an extent. But anything with a material that is non-slip and it looks like a spike, but it's not, it's a rubbery type, they do not work, because anything that's got a surface on ice is just good.
That's the nasty nature with the black ice.
Yeah.
But I will say it looks gorgeous when you see an entire airfield having had just that little water layer that has been frozen to that solidity, slipperiness, whatever it is that is really happening on like a chemical term. But it literally looks just like a mirror. It's perfect reflection. There is not even a single little ripple or anything.
Yeah.
It's just flawless. And it's slippery.
One part of this movie, every time I see it, no matter what, I sort of grind my teeth in pain. The bit where Marv climbs through the window in his bare feet.
Yes, and he's put all those glass ornaments.
Yes, the fact that you see him putting his feet right down on it.
Yeah, it's a little bit too stompy. But
the fact is, he still puts his feet on it, and then as he's walking, you see the decorations pop. I'm sitting there thinking, what material did they use?
Definitely sugar glass.
But even at that, sugar glass, you think about sugar glass and you're walking on it in your bare feet. Think about gravel, you're walking on your bare feet.
Yeah, it does make you wonder how he managed that without...
He probably had to have a day or two off his feet to just like recover from it, because it must have hurt a little bit, but it wasn't glass.
Of course it's not. We know it's not glass, but it's the fact it's even things like, even wee bits of grains, wee bits of things that are soft, you can stand on them, your bare feet against the hard floor, and they dig in. And you look how many did, even if it was sugar paper, it was still being a bit, it would have had to be molded, so which means it would have been a wee bit hard. You think about just wee bits of cardboard just lying around. Ow.
Yes.
No matter what, because it's in.
Not saying that these actors didn't sacrifice a little bit to make these things happen. I mean,
yeah, it's just,
a lot of it is physical slapstick comedy.
Yeah, it's just that scene always gets me. I can watch a lot of slapstick comedy. I grew up watching Laurel and Hardy, Norman Wisdom, and stuff like that. But you are aware, like for instance, the crowbar when that drops, that's just foam rubber. It's
definitely foam rubber. I would not want a 2 kilo crowbar.
Exactly. So you are aware of a lot of the things like foam rubber and stuff like that. So these things, you can actually, have you ever seen Bottom?
Yeah.
Rick Neil, right? The bit where Aid Edmondson has got Rick and Neil on the floor, and he belts him, and Rick goes, haha, missed both my legs. Obviously the cricket bat right up into his goals. But you know that cricket bat isn't Neil, but it's still funny because you can just imagine it being real.
Yeah.
It's the fact is, with Marv stepping on those, even though yes, you know they're fake,
your brain's
going, ow.
Oh yeah, that's what makes those gags so real. They're really visceral, because your brain translates that into like how it would actually feel if you did step on that, or you know. Darren had a good point. He said he should have put Legos on the floor.
Yes, that's something I was just going. Why wasn't Lego part of it? But going back to your point,
I thought that. I think micro machines.
When they're going up the stairs, and he dodges the first can, and then gets hit by the second can. The first can is behind him, so when he gets knocked by the first one, you see him hit the other, and you see how flimsily it just flies off. So it doesn't really have that much weight to it. It definitely has something to actually make contact and like straighten the line out, but it's not something that really hurts you to be hit by.
Yeah, the thing is, as a kid, you would see that as, ow, that would hurt. But as an adult, we all know that these things don't really happen. But
as an adult, I'm far too busy laughing.
But that's the thing.
To care and notice.
But that's what I'm saying. We find it funny because we know it's not real, but it's still that part with Marv stepping on those things. Every single time I go, ow! Just the idea of it. But as you said, it'd be like Lego. You could have wee foam Lego and he would do it, and it would be funny because of the reaction. But you wouldn't actually be sitting there going, ow, oh, ow, because yes, you've stood in Lego and you can imagine it, but it's the fact is, he's just pretending to step in solid Lego.
Well, we can also tell a little bit that he is a little bit hardened, because most of the time during, shall we say, the attack on the house, he's barefoot and he's running outside, and that's not prop snow, that's real snow.
Yeah.
So his feet must be freezing constantly.
Oh,
and he's running around barefoot trying to get into the house.
Yeah. And
so
he's already had the tarmac and the big nail through his foot.
Oh, man. That I felt that. Yeah. God, that was painful.
I still love the...
the iron.
You see, I love the iron hitting him, but the fact that they kept the makeup on throughout, you can see it changing a little bit if you really pay attention. So like the 3 dots or whatever, the 3 lines that are actually up in the forehead, you can see them moving a little bit if you really pay attention. But I don't care. It's the fact that
you still got this. It's very... It was very Wile E. Coyote, wasn't it? It's like,
it definitely was.
Krang.
Yep. And that's the fun part of it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
We're just getting that junk message again. We
made the big leagues. We have a nobody.
Yeah. We made the big leagues. We've got extra views and counts, so it basically adds to those view counts. So which means it makes the video more likely to be recommended because there's more viewers. That's what trolls do. They actually give you a boost on views. So I'm okay with that.
Fun and games.
Yeah.
But to bring it into one of my favorite characters, the Shovel Man.
Oh,
Shovel Murderer.
Marley.
Yes, but here's something about him as well. If you check his IMDb profile, holy crap, he's been around. He's mainly been background, but in this film, it's literally he's a big star of the show. The story arc, everything he has.
Yeah.
And going from like that scary, spooky, like rumor. I mean, do you remember Buzz and the
boys? The boys have made up this silly story about him. Yeah, that he's like a murderer and. As you do, when you're that age and you sort of see a mysterious neighbor, your imaginations run.
Yep. He was in the Close Encounters of the Third Kind as a farmer.
He's been in a lot of stuff. Kid you not.
That's cool.
If you scroll through it's like, wow, he's been everywhere. But it's basically been background character. And he's been in big, long-running TV shows, but he's been that very kind of background character. So he was in a show in, say, 2009 as like an extra in the background. And then he's been 3 years later in the very same show as completely different, but you would not
He was in Airwolf, the TV show, as Older Man with Dog. random target, old man with dog, uncredited. So he wasn't even credited in it. You know what I mean? He's been in some stuff, The Equalizer, the TV show. He played in Stingray, Uncle Pat, the Cat, Morel.
Yeah, so really busy jobbing actor, like a character actor,
And he's had 2-3 things on near enough every year. He was in the Twilight Zone.
Yes, he was.
The original.
Yes, the original.
Crossroads. I'm assuming that's the UK TV one.
I think he started his career in 1951 or something. So he's been around in a lot of the sci-fi and the big cult TV shows, films, everything.
Yeah,
but mostly has a background
was his last movie appearance or TV appearance. Let's see, born 1924, and he died in
2011, I believe.
2011 from a stroke. But even at that,
1924 to 2011, that is a good long run.
But he'd stopped. His last part was in 1999, so he stopped acting in 1999. So he did. That was his last part.
His scenes in this film were so lovely, and I mean,
they were absolutely fantastic because look, when you look at him and he just stares, dead creepy.
He definitely has a little bit of the Twilight Zone creepiness. In that, and for an 8-year-old kid, Macaulay Culkin, this being his like big breakthrough and everything. There's a good chemistry between them. So it wouldn't surprise me if they were sitting and having like a cup of tea or something between scenes and everything, and coming to know each other quite well and being able to play that off. Because when they have that meeting in the church, may I sit down? That's my daughter over there. She's about your age. Might be in your school. Do you know her? And that kind of balance back and forth, and that, and again, this plays to Kevin's maturity and intelligence. He sees the old man's problem from his perspective, but it is a very mature perspective that, okay, well, you may be afraid to call your son, but what do you have to lose with? And it's very clever, but it doesn't age Kevin too much. It doesn't make him like an old wise kid. It keeps him at his level, and he sees the problem that is required to have a solution from his 8-year-old perspective. Yeah,
and when I just saw what you and Miranda were saying about the fact of leaving the son behind. The one thing that annoyed me about that is when she realised, because it made zero sense. She didn't go through and check on the kids. Then she realised. She just realised sitting there.
Well, how would she really know? Yeah,
exactly. So it's not as if she'd been through to check on the kids.
I think it's because the plane was not actually a plane. It was just a first-class cabin studio. They didn't even bother building the rest of it. So but you could see the kids.
No, there was,
you never see them.
You never saw it, but there is definitely deleted scenes where the bit I was telling you about, where the kids are all sitting in different seats because the girl had told them to go and sit whatever seats are available. And there is a part where somebody's checking the kids, and there's one, and it's somebody just with their head down playing a game, and they assume it's Kevin. That was removed from the movie, but I'm sure it's in the deleted scene. However, even if that part was irrelevant, was the fact that they're only showing the first class, it's still the fact is, I forgot something. No, it's the car doors. No, that's what it is. We never shut the doors, and then she.
I do like the fact that the car was being mentioned, and the fact that the car doors are actually never locked when you ever get the shots around the house. That the car doors are. The garage doors actually open all the time.
The fact is, she says she remembers it's Kevin. So what triggered that memory? That's the part that is just because
it's a little convenient.
Yes, it's a convenient side. Yes, it was obviously to do with the fact is Kevin realizes they're missing, and it's almost like the part where she shouts Kevin, and he.
But if you take that, take the fact that Kevin wakes up in the morning, it takes him a good on-screen time, 2 minutes before he realizes there's nobody around.
Yes, but he plays into it because are they playing a joke on me? Because they all said that they.
That's the knock-on part. He doesn't
remember,
realize for a good 2 minutes that there's nobody around.
Yes, but it's also the fact is, remember, he's woken up after going to sleep wishing they were all gone. So he comes down and he's looking around, it's dead quiet, he puts the TV on and he's sitting looking around, and at that point he realises, because are they having a joke? And then he would shout something out and stuff like that. Still think it's a joke all the time, but it's the fact is when he went to sleep, like me. So that part is, at least it's explained in the movie. The part with the mother just seems too convenient because, oh, I forgot something. What have we forgot? How does she know she's forgot her son? Did she go and check? No, he's definitely not there. It's just a case of, how could we have forgotten him? She's not going back.
I will forgive that, and I will put it in that mysterious compartment that has a massive big label, women. Men will never understand. But it is a sub-compartment within that, which is mother.
Yeah.
Because holy crap, my mom, even if I was in another city 10 miles away, if I was in trouble, suddenly my phone was just ringing. It's like, Mom, it's like, what are you up to? What are you watching?
But
Mom have that magic ability.
Yeah, to an extent.
I'm saying that's my excuse.
No, but I can forgive things like that. But it's just the fact that she's sitting there going, we've forgotten something. And then she realizes what it is. And it's almost a case of, how did she realize? Because it wasn't a case of she was through and she came back in and she'd been speaking to the kids and she just realized that there's something no right, something missing. And then she realized that she didn't see Kevin, so you could get away with it. But the fact that she's sitting there thinking, did they turn the gas off? Did they close the doors?
I get where they were going with that.
Yes.
I mean, I totally get that. But as you say, I think it was like, wait a second, well, how would you suddenly think that without the first thing you would do would be to get up, unbuckle your seatbelt and go and look.
Yes.
And they even make a comment, the husband and wife make a comment and say, you know, oh, we're sitting in first class. I feel a little guilty because they're all stuck in the coach.
Yes.
You know, and I'm assuming that means they put the children, they put in coach.
Yeah.
And they all bought first class tickets for themselves, which, you know, it shows they obviously make a big point of showing that they're very wealthy.
Yeah. Because they upgraded the four of them, even the cheap uncle.
Yeah.
I mean, is this for free? You could we'll have champagne.
Yeah, he was annoying. And they
crystals in that's real crystal. Put it in your handbag. And all
that.
I
know. I just wanted to slap him.
Yeah, it's like you see the ones, it's a trope. Let's show how much of a skinflint he is. Right, he's in a restaurant, he's going to try and put the cutlery in his bag. Or he's going to try and get his wife to put the cutlery in her bag because she's got a something that can carry the stuff without getting seen. But that's a very tropish thing to do. Have the cheapskate and try to steal stuff like from the plane or from a restaurant table because, oh, this is real silver, put it in your bag. Who would do that? Even somebody who's in the cheap wouldn't steal just because.
Yeah, they go out of their way to make the adults very unlikable, really.
Yes.
They do go out of their way. And there is an obvious reason for that. And it is told from the perspective of Kevin. And that would be it. You know, he's viewing them as adults. Why are they behaving this way? Why do they do this or that? Because he's not going to understand that.
Yeah. And do you know the only adult I think they didn't do that with was the aunt, because she seemed put upon. Yeah, I mean, so it showed the mum ignoring him and doing that, the aunt, the dad doing it as well, the uncle being nasty. the aunt is sort of a wee bit dismissive, but she wasn't a.
She was probably the only one that wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then even when she was on the plane, it was all about the uncle. You put them in your bag. Don't be silly, and all that. And she's the one that's actually looking after the kids when they're struggling to try and get a plane back, and they decide to all go home. But she's so it's almost like she was forgotten by Kevin if you're looking at it from his point of view.
Yeah.
She wasn't bad, but she didn't necessarily stick up for him. But so she was almost forgettable, which is not very nice considering you've got the horrible uncle.
Yeah. She's definitely disappearing a bit in the background because the uncle is by far the worst of them. I mean, even in the pizza scene when there is no plain cheese pizza left, and Buzz and Kevin are fighting, and he's going, "Oh, you little jerk!" His insult is by far the one. If you had to pick 5, which one doesn't belong? His insult doesn't belong there.
Yeah.
That's
a good point.
The uncle was definitely even the part when he stands up and pushes his chair back and the wee kid gets it in the nose. It's almost a case of that happened. It was the mum or his mum who pulled the chair back and sort of like me, whereas the uncle went off flying off, going no.
But when the uncle called him a little jerk, I mean, if I'd been his mother, he would have been wearing cutlery sticking out of his head somewhere. Yes. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. But again, it shows to the, I don't know how to best describe it. It's just like a panicked nature of the parents. Obviously, we know, or it's inferred that they're high profile, big career, they make it tons of money, they have lots of kids, they live in definitely a house I probably can never afford in my entire life. So they do have that pressure around them. But again, it adds kind of the story. Kevin feels dismissed. He's never being listened to, and he has the unfortunate nature that if he was probably more like Buzz, he would probably not have noticed it as much. But he's clever, inquisitive.
Yeah.
He has all of these things going for him, which is probably why he's sticking out. He's feeling like he's struggling to belong.
Yeah.
And he's relatable for that reason. I think he's very relatable as a character, and I think that's why the film is so successful. One of the big reasons.
But I will give you the one part that, because it's so minute details, because we're trying to find something that was a little bit wrong. It's the fact that they're going, "Oh yeah, don't worry, we locked the house and everything." Oh, if you look, nope, they didn't lock the house down. They just shut the door. They constantly do that. They just shut the door. And I will tell you why, because when Kevin initially is just trying to figure out what's going on, he actually runs outside the house and goes and checks, are the cars there? He shuts the door in exactly the same way they're shutting it when they say, "Oh, yeah, don't worry, I locked the house." And they keep referring to it as, "Oh, yeah, it's safe, it's secure, it's been locked, nothing to worry about." But no, it really hasn't been. And it's unfortunate because it's being evidenced through other scenes that, no, this door was just pulled to. It wasn't locked. It was nothing like that.
Yeah.
But again, there are so minute details
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that's like the car scene where you see somebody driving up in a car, they get out the car, shut the door, and then walk away. You're meant I've locked the car. When?
You see, today I can believe that with the smart fob keys and everything, that you walk 30 meters away, the car will automatically lock for you. Yes, you're out of range. But back then, 1990,
times when this was actually done, they didn't even have every car had the.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
It still had to be locked, and you would see people driving up, and they would get out of the car, and they would just shut the door and walk away. But it's the same idea. You could actually get round the fact is they've put the snib on, they shut the door. So when Kevin's came out, he's just went with a snib, and so it opens and it's just on the latch. So you can have that one, but when you go in, you can flick the snib. So they could have gone out, hit the snib, so it shuts the door over. So that would work. So when he goes out, he opens it and it keeps it on the latch, unless you physically turn it.
Could, but they never show any such action or anything. But talking about cars,
they do. Kevin, actually, if you remember, he shuts it over and puts
that's what we see from the inside, where he does the cross latch and everything. That is actually quite good. But we know that he knows he's under.
There's the lock underneath it. He turns, which is the one I'm talking about. So that's the one I'm talking about. So if they've turned it down and shut the door, it would lock. You can't get in. But if you're on the outside, you do that and it's on the latch, so you can open the door from both sides. That's what I mean. The fact that he went and turned it, he's put it on the latch again. Not the chain, the snib. I'm talking about just the latch.
Yeah.
So you can the fact that they've used that at once, so you can see the fact that the latch is set up.
I did not see that, which is why I kind of brought it up, because but again, literally trying to hunt for something to say, like, okay, here is a goof, here is something that you were missing. But you were mentioning cars, and something I really like is Joe Pesci. He has his gold tooth and smile.
Mm-hmm.
And the second time, Kevin realized, oh, I've seen him before, but he's trying to like keep calm and just walk away, and they're following slowly in the car, and then he just stops in the road, and they're sitting in the car and going,
yeah.
That's a hilarious scene. I don't care what age you are. A 5-year-old would understand it. A 50-year-old would understand it and realize there's no way we can display the scene or like get something away. You can't literally just like hide a car or anything.
Well, the easiest way to do that was literally just stay where they are and watch them from there instead of following them.
And that added to their sort of their goofiness, really. The two criminals. You know,
actually, you needed that scene to show what type of movie it is. It's not one that takes itself seriously, and it's one that's just goofy stuff. So let them, and they turns around and watch them. They're going, sitting in the middle of the road right behind him. And then when he walks again, they drive dead slowly behind him. It shows you it's a goofy movie. They don't take it seriously, because if they were going to take it seriously, they would have maybe stayed where they were and tried to watch them.
Yeah,
so
but that is
serious, but it had to show the goofiness of it. It definitely did.
That is such a great scene. And as you say, Jim, you know, where he's just like, when he's whistling. It was cute.
Even some of the less violent parts was still funny, like when he belts the door in and he gets the face full of glue, and then
the tar and feather. I believe that's probably, and Wendy, you're probably gonna correct me on this, but I think it's more a very American thing with the tar and feather.
Yes, it is. I mean, I don't know if it's as popular anywhere else, but I just know I was well aware of it, and it's a commonly used sort of gag, particularly in early comedies. You know, like in I Love Lucy and things like that. You'd always get somebody would, you know, get something sticky thrown on them, glue or you know, something, and then they get feathers would get blown on them or something, and it's a very common joke. It's but it just works. It works.
It's been These Stooges. It's been in Laurel and Hardy.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if Charlie Chaplin's had it, but I'm sure it's Harold Lloyd. It's been on. It's happened to his character. So
it's great.
I think it is one of those tropes which is just so funny, the ways they can get around it. Because I remember seeing some UK stuff and they had the same idea and it was just fun. Yeah.
It's how it's played as well. I mean, Joe Pesci's expression when Marv said that to him is brilliant, and it's totally silent. It's just his expression on his face.
And this is definitely one of Joe Pesci's best roles, because I think he must have loved waking up every morning and coming to the set and just going, let's get this done.
Yeah, I hope so, because it just looked fun, and it was a great role for him.
Yeah.
It's nice to see him in a comedy.
I was told by my wife to actually look for Joe Pesci's greatest movie, in her opinion, and I definitely don't have it. Goodfellas.
Oh, classic. I love that film.
She loves Joe Pesci in that one.
Absolutely love that film. He's terrifying in that.
I even like him in, I hope my memory isn't failing me, but he's in Lethal Weapon.
Yes, it's Lethal Weapon 3.
Yes.
So he plays
and he's quite amusing as the rat snitch, whatever it is he's supposed to be.
A goofy character in that. But he's also in My Cousin Vinny, which is hilarious.
That's one of my favorite films, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. He can be so scary, and he can be so serious, and he can be so funny and goofy, and none of them actually seem out of place. It'd be like watching Charlie Chaplin. Charlie Chaplin did a movie, a serious movie. It was a talkie, and it was, I'm trying to remember it. It was the one about the clowns. They were backstage. They were a pair, and they had an argument, and it was a discussion. But it was a fairly serious movie, and because you're so used to Charlie Chaplin being the tramp, it was unusual to see him. It's the same as Oliver Hardy when he did the Kentuckian with John Wayne without Stan Laurel. He's still humorous, but because he's on his own, it just looks weird. Whereas Joe Pesci can go into a goofy movie and can go into a serious movie, and both of them you can believe. And it's just because he's such a good character actor that he can play goofy, he can play good comedy, serious comedy, and he can play scary and anything in between. Can't imagine him not being able to do something that you would believe. Because he played the criminal, like the scary criminal, but he also played the goofy criminal in Lethal Weapon. Then he played the sort of semi-serious comedy My Cousin Vinny the Lawyer. Then he's played Harry in this. And that's just 4 movies where the levels are different. One is scary, another one is sort of a clownish, another one is sort of semi-serious comedy, and the other one is he's back to goofy again, but in a completely different way. He's not a goofball goofy. He's a very scary goofy because he still threatens them.
Bit dark, yeah, a bit of a sort of black comedy type.
4 different types of movies with 4 different types of characters, and he works in all 4 of them.
Yep. Well, that says everything about him.
Yeah,
and that is usually the nicest people you will ever meet are usually the ones, especially when it comes to maybe not today's TV film, sad to say, but when it comes to really, really scary characters, like you feel the danger, you feel the evil come out on the menace, the facial expression, the things they do so easily or portray so easily in front of a camera. I usually attribute that is one of the nicest people taking their worst nightmare that they may have had, say being even on food poisoning or something, and having had an absolutely really bad night and just gone, that really scared me.
Yeah.
And then brought that to life.
Yeah.
I met quite a few of these actors and everything, especially villains, because I do have more fascination with the villains, because the hero is always the hero. They save the day. But the villains, it's never that certain.
Yep.
So I've always had a little bit, I like to meet them, even if it's a goofy villain, so to speak. So the Ferengi from Deep Space Nine.
And they started off. They started off wanting to make them the villains, but they were too goofy. Colin, hi Cam, first of all. Hi. Colin is actually saying he was in one of the Godfather movies where they killed him off. That was the one they actually shot him in the back of the head as he walked through the door, remember? Because he thought he was going to be made a made man.
That's Goodfellas.
Goodfellas.
Yeah, but he's saying the Godfather movies.
I thought it was the Godfather movie it did that, because the Goodfellas was... Yeah, it was me. I thought it was in the thingy, but I can't remember him being in the Godfather movie then. I'm getting the two of them mixed up.
Yeah, I think
he's been in Raging Bull, so he's definitely been with Robert De Niro. So he's definitely done that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm just having a quick skim through his.
Yeah,
I'm literally there a couple of films, and I'm just going. He's going everywhere from being serious
so much.
and menacing to really goofy. So one of the most recent one is Casino, and I believe he kills people in that one.
Casino's brilliant as well. Yeah.
A Bronx Tale, JFK, Goodfellas that we've already mentioned.
I do looking Lethal Weapon 2, Goodfellas, Catching Fire, JFK, Cousin Vinny, Lethal Weapon 3 as well.
I mean, if he was in The Godfather, he might have been very young, or much younger than he was when he did Goodfellas and things.
No, I can't see anything.
Unless it's one of the sequels.
It's definitely not an IMDb for him.
Can't see it. No.
No,
but it might be that we're getting that connection through Robert De Niro.
Maybe it was a Casino. Maybe it was a Casino. It was in. He's been in a couple of gangster movies because he plays such a great...
he plays a fantastic.
But it's Colin. It's probably it's just a case of, because he was in Casino, he was in the Goodfellas, and what was the other one he was in? There was another one. I think The Irishman, he played that type, but I've not really seen that one. I've heard about it.
But something that actually kind of not too surprising, but he definitely has the Italian vibe, feel to him and everything. Surprisingly few Italian gangster films he actually has been in. You would expect this guy to be stereotypically cast as an Italian gangster mob background, whatever, even if it's to someone that's killed off in the first 2 seconds.
Well, he was in one called 8 Heads in a Duffel Bag. A mob bagman finds that his luggage containing proof of his gang's latest hit has been switched. I think that sounds a bit of a comedy, but he's playing the same again. It's a very black comedy. It's saying it as he's a mob courier hired to transport heads of 8 murder victims to the mob boss. However, the duffel bag gets mixed up with a bag of a college student who is off on vacation to Mexico with his girlfriend and her parents. However, the mother is a recovering alcoholic whom everyone believes is delusional when she claims to have found the heads. So that's a Joe Pesci one, and he's the same again. He's a bagman for the mob, and it's a dark comedy. I'm going to actually see if I can find that one. 8 heads in a duffel bag. Sounds hilarious.
But another thing that is a bit strange, we all know Joe Pesci, but he started his career in 1961, and believe it or not, he only has 41 credits to his name. He's barely doing one a year on average.
No, it isn't even that, because he's so... Yeah, I mean,
he's so iconic.
It is, I know. But some of the stuff he's done is just actually amazing. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan. I do like a gangster one. I like the classic old gangsters, like Angels with Dirty Faces, stuff like that. But I do like the new ones. But sometimes I find the new ones are a wee bit overly. The violence is more important than the gangster side of the story.
Goodfellas is very good because it is very violent, but it's also so beautifully acted and narrated, told through the eyes of Ray Liotta's character.
Yeah.
And you've got the wonderful actor Paul Sorvino in that, who's always been one of my favorite actors. Plays Paulie, the boss.
Yeah. But it's just a case of certain movies, no matter what, are just good for the sake of good without going over the top with the you're going to shoot
I'm posting a link, by the way, in private chat
and exploding. Sometimes you need a movie with that type of violence in it, but some you don't.
This one is a fantastic shot of Joe Pesci. You should probably share it on the screen. That is a gorgeous image of Joe Pesci, especially seeing the topic for this evening's film.
Yeah, but remember, you can actually share it as well, and then I would actually have to allow it.
Okay. I'm still new to the whole StreamYard.
I'm just doing it just now.
Yeah,
that is a great shot.
I mean, just look at that. I mean, just looking at that picture, even though we know what it is from, is this a good or bad guy?
Yeah,
if you didn't see the movie, you would know. Is it an angel? Is it? Yeah, I mean, it's one of
he
those
has that charm to him, and that's the thing. He's got a sort of roguish charm, and that's why it's like he's smiling like that, and you can't really see him as a villain, but because he's just got that charm about him.
Yeah, and considering when that shot was taken, that's after he's had his head burnt. He had the glue on his face, with the feathers, and was just actually stepped in all those things and just about to get built. All those things are happening around the same time. Yet there's obviously a picture from the still, which is obviously a behind the scenes one where he's just a wee smile.
But this is what I'm saying. It feels like he was loving going every single day, waking up, going to the set, getting ready to do all of these things, knowing that he was going to be the butt of the joke. He was going to get his butt kicked, his head set on fire, paint can smashed into his face, crash into a brick wall.
Well, see, it's the same as the other ones he's been in. If you say to someone, Home Alone, they think of Macaulay Culkin, but they also think of Marv and Harry. They never, you would say, right, name another one except the mum and dad.
Robert Blossom.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. They would be able to, I'm talking about characters, they'd be able to say the Macaulay Culkin character, Kevin, they would be able to say Harry and Marv, the mum and dad. They may be able to see even the uncle. Some would probably definitely say John Candy's character, but wouldn't even be apart from saying Pokemon. But the fact is, these are the first characters you think of when you mention the movie. It's the same as like My Cousin Vinny. You very rarely think about the two boys who were in trial. You would think about Vinny and what was it, Maria?
It's more his story, really. Yeah.
You would still think of those two characters first because same again, his on-screen relationship with his girlfriend,
Marissa Tomei.
Marissa Tomei is gorgeous, and I can't believe, because I just did a quick double check. The My Cousin Vinny was made in 1992, and obviously the Marvel Universe has recast her as Spider-Man's aunt. I'm just going, holy crap! That's 30 years ago.
Which is unfortunately no, because Aunt May is an older woman. Sorry,
Aunt May. It is not Peter.
Peter Parker's Aunt May.
Yes, it's Peter Parker's Aunt May, but it is the original ones, the early 2000 ones. When they actually play through the whole story with Ben getting shot and everything, and that whole thing. So struggling. He was known for Dawson's Creek or whatever it was. the name slips me completely, but that is a fantastic portrayal of Aunt May.
Yeah. So the older, but see when they try and make Aunt May young.
But it isn't say, okay, Marissa Tomei was completely wrong for it. It's just I'm going, holy crap, 1992 she was smoking, 2000 and what, 18, 19? I can't see a year on her.
Yeah, she's obviously
too young,
been able to look after herself very well, and she's aged very, very well.
Yeah.
And she doesn't look like she's had, I could be completely wrong, but she doesn't look like she's had quite as much work done as other actresses I've seen, which is refreshing.
Yeah.
You know, she's just genuinely beautiful. She's just got lovely features. She looks like she's aging gracefully as instead of turning into like a plastic Barbie doll.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I don't really like about Hollywood.
She actually, as I said, she looks too young to be Aunt May. Even though contemporarily she may be of the right age bracket, she does not.
She was born in 1964, so that's what, 36 plus 21, so 57?
1964. She's a year older than me.
So she's definitely, like you said.
So she's got the ages to play Aunt May, but she does not have the look to play Aunt May. Yeah. And that's the thing.
I'd agree with that. Yeah,
it's not the age; she just doesn't look old enough.
It's nothing to do with her. It's just you think of Aunt May as much older.
Yes, that's exactly it. And having someone, even if they're the same age as she was meant to be, but if she looks a lot younger, it's like having these actors who play kids. He doesn't look right.
No, you were just doesn't work with, like
Gary Coleman, because he was his height and stuff like that. He looked a lot younger because of his height, so he sort of got away with it. But as you're watching it as an adult, you're sitting there thinking, that just looks too freaky. Because
there was a popular, I think it was globally popular, Beverly Hills 90210.
Yes, I remember that well.
I think it was Ian Sanders, whatever it was, the tall, blonde, curly-haired guy.
Yeah.
He was supposed to play like a teenager going to high school and everything, but he was mid-30s. Okay, he had a younger-ish looking thing, but he was mid-30s.
Yeah.
When he was playing this role.
It's the same as that. Was it 21 Jump Street? These two guys are meant to be playing younger guys, and you're sitting there thinking, does anybody get any eyes in their head? They don't even look like kids.
I will say that the original show with Johnny Depp and that crew, they actually had a little bit of the youngerish feel, but you could definitely tell they are not as young as they should be.
Yeah.
But the new films, is that cowboy dancing guy. I would say Mike, but I know that's from Magic Mike or something. He's definitely too old to play such a young character.
But that's the thing; they just go ahead with it, and nobody actually turns around and saying, "Really?" Because you're too old for it, and they don't want to tell them you're too old. Because if you tell them they're too old, then you're saying, "Oh, I'm old then. Does that mean I'm not going to get the parts again because you consider me old?" No, if you're meant to be a teenager, you should be a teenager playing those parts. You also have other ones.
I'd rather have
what's her name? It's not Mila Kunis. She was one that played Blossom. She would play Amy Farrah Fowler.
I know.
I'm thinking the one that played in the 70s show with, she married Ashton Kutcher. She played Jackie.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, I know exactly which one you mean. Brunette, short.
She was
Mila Kunis.
Mila Kunis. So it was. I was right with the name. I thought
you were. Yeah.
Who's the one that played Amy Farrah Fowler?
Michael Mayim
Bialik. Yeah.
Maya Bialik. Sorry, I get the two of them mixed up. It's because for some reason, I always thought Maya Bialik, her name was Mila Kunis, and that's why I could never remember the other one's name, but I got the two of them wrong.
Yeah,
But
that happens.
so Mila Kunis, right? So when she got the part, she was meant to be like 17, 18 in the show. So she lied about her age, but she was only 15. But she was meant to be portraying having a sex life with Michael, Ashton Kutcher. And when they found out about that she was actually younger than she was portraying, they basically went to freak out because even though she was acting and they weren't actually having sex, but because of that, because she looked the part, but she wasn't old enough. There was a, oh my God, how's this going to go down? It's the same idea. If somebody looks older than they are, it can get into trouble. But if somebody looks younger than they are, perception of the trouble is still there, even though it's a different type thing.
It's a bit of a weird one, and sadly, when it comes down to this, the general agreement is, okay, you're 18 years old, you can do whatever you want now. It's your own responsibility. You accept whatever comes from the actions you take. But I've seen ladies being in their 30s, and you're just going, are you allowed to buy alcohol? Because it's been carded for the last 20 years everywhere. But I'm one of those, sad to say, even though I should have been carded when the introduction started happening in Europe, I have never, ever been carded. So apparently I definitely look a lot older than I really am.
When I was 18, somebody thought, I used to go ice skating with a lot of my friends coming back, and somebody turned around and said, "Excuse me, mister, could you tell us the time?" And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm only about a year older than you cheeky git. and I said to her, I said, "What age do you think I am?" She says, 25, 30. Really? 18-year-old. And basically, I've never been carded, and it's a case of, yeah, I look this old from when I was young. But
I wasn't carded buying alcohol or nicotine when I was 14. I certainly haven't been carded in at least the last 20 years either. It's just such a bizarre thing, but I think it has a combination with the way you look, and it may even play certain really strange things. So if you're a woman and you're, say, just 5'1", you might be 30 years old, but you may have the young features. You're definitely getting carded.
The worst part is, when I was younger, my ex used to get carded quite a lot. So I was sitting next to her, so she was getting carded, and accordingly, I looked a hell of a lot older than I normally did. Wasn't a very good look for me, I think. I looked about 10 years older, and she looked about 10 years younger. The two of us were the same age.
At least one thing I can say that I have never, but may encounter in the future, but fingers crossed, but so far it hasn't happened. It hasn't been being accused of being the father of the woman you're out on a date with.
Been there. My current wife, we had known each other for years. So we were outside having a cigarette, and this guy's trying to chat up. And she turned and she says, and she says, "I'm out here with him." He goes, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I didn't realise your dad was with you." And I thought, "You cheeky bugger." This is years before we got together. And for 3 years after that, she sent me Father's Day cards.
I definitely approve of Mrs. PJ then. She definitely has my kind of humor.
Yeah, I've been accused. It's not fun. Not fun at all. Especially when you
fingers crossed it hasn't happened yet, but I'm definitely certain it will happen. So, are we going to try and give Home Alone a rating that is kind of objective, even though I think we all know exactly where we stand?
Wendy, what would you give Home Alone, your favourite and your least favourite as well, you remember. We'll try the three. Score, favourite part, and least favourite part.
Right. Score would be I would probably give it 8.5. Because I just would say just enjoy it. Just put it on and enjoy it. It's got a little bit of everything. It's just a nice all-round Christmas film for the family. Probably my favorite part would be all the bits of when he's obviously fighting off Merv and is it Harry?
Harry, yeah.
Probably the iron scene's probably my favorite part, I think. But also the scenes on the steps where they're slipping on the ice. Least favorite part was the sort of the slow sort of burn in the beginning, and maybe the way the mother was with him in that scene, you know, where she was telling him off and just treating him like he was some kind of a monster or something, you know, and she just had no sympathy. That was probably my least favorite moment.
Yeah. Which must admit.
What about you?
What about you, Jim?
So let's begin with the least favorite part, and this is because I was so hunting for it. It's a little bit of the, shall we say, the goose, the discontinuity, the makeup not aligning. But I'm gonna steal this one from you, PJ. Marv entering the window by the Christmas tree and smacking his feet on the sugar gum.
I would have got that.
It is the only thing that really breaks my immersiveness, unfortunately. I will say that everything else, I do have niggly bits here and there, and it's like a little bit discontinuity. The makeup isn't exact. You can tell that the hat Pesci is wearing has been moved around a little bit because it's been taken off and on again, and stuff like that. You can see it, but they are such minute details that the only thing that really do break my immersion into this entire film is the stomping. It is not that he's just trying to sneak in and like place his feet calmly. It's, you can see it's a stomp. So that takes me out of it a little bit, but it's still overall absolutely hilarious. In terms of my best scene, I will take when our supposedly bad goofy guys are trying to shadow Kevin walking home.
Yes.
And getting discovered, and then just go. It's such a subtle, but it's setting up everything that is coming after it. All the slapstick, everything. You know from that point on what to expect from the film.
Yeah.
So that is what's setting that up. Overall, this is just a 10 out of 10 for me. I'll watch it anytime, every time, and it's definitely a film that kickstarts my Christmas feeling, so to speak. It's like Christmas spirits definitely coming along with this.
Well, an 8.5 and a 10. I'm right in the middle. I'm a 9 for this one. I think it's just one of those fun, entertaining. It's not hard to watch at all. It's just fun. You can just put it on in the background, or you can sit and watch it just paying attention to it. It doesn't drag the immersion away with the silliness because it knows what it is.
Yes.
My least favorite part in it is the bit at the end. Within 5 minutes of the mum getting home, the dad turns up. That's the bit that annoys me. And it's literally, I've said why. It's because it effectively makes the mother's journey irrelevant. Doesn't make it not necessary, it just makes it irrelevant. Because if the father had turned up 5 minutes earlier, then the whole mother's journey would have been unnecessary. She turned up almost at the same time, so him waiting and her struggling to get home the fact that they walked through the door almost at the same time, it effectively says what you did was unnecessary. You only did it for you, not for the situation. That was the only niggly point, and that's why I dropped at the one point just for that one. My favourite part, yes, I love this floor stomp scene, but my favourite part is the in movie. I'll give you two. I'll give you to 10.
Yes.
You filthy animal. 1, 2.
Yes. That's right. I forgot that scene.
Yeah, I just love that scene. Just he did it with the pizza boy, then he did it with Marv.
Oh yeah.
And it was just funny. I just love that idea. You can change that filthy animal.
Yeah. That was funny. I really felt bad for the pizza guy because he was
Yeah.
quite innocent, really.
I
But
did to an
but he
extent,
does it
but
to
remember,
Marv.
he knocked over the deer. Was it a wee jockey?
They all
standing out
keep
front?
knocking the poor jockey statue over. Yeah, they
And they put the
crash into
pizza
it.
boy stood it up, and then he went round, and that happened to him. So I didn't really feel too bad because he knocked that down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even the airport bus guys knocks it over as well.
Yeah,
It's just
Yeah, that
something
was
that
like the
keeps
running
happening.
gag. Yeah.
yeah, it was. But just the in video, as it were, it's just funny. I just love the part that he, even a bit you hear him when he's doing it. Keep the change up, filthy
Guilty
animal.
animal.
He's mouthing it. Whereas the first time you see it, you realise that that's the first time he's watching it because he's watching it. Mom, I'm watching junk. And he's not mouthing along with it. So it's not a movie he's watched multiple times, but obviously over those days, he's rewatched it to the point he knows where to fast forward to.
Yeah.
Yep.
He can recite it over, whereas it
He-
looks at the beginning of the movie, that's how it started. He's watched that whole scene. And how many times he's watched
Exactly.
it
He
after.
gets a character journey even with just his film watching, because he's watching the film. Because if you recall at the very beginning, oh, my uncle is saying I can't watch
I
it, but
can't
all the
watch
other
this.
kids
And
can
so,
watch it.
yeah, and exactly. And that's why I love that scene. So that's why I would give it a 9. I would give it a 9 because the bit with the journey with the mum, sort of the end part ruins it. That's my least favourite, and it drops the point for that. But it's still a movie I would watch
But
happily
still,
over and over.
John Candy would give it +1, wouldn't it?
John Candy's, but the thing is, it makes even the John Candy part irrelevant because
It
if
does.
the parents,
Sadly.
you could literally take the whole John Candy, the journey with the mum and all that coming back out of that movie, and just have the bit where the dad and all that come through the door, and she's standing there a couple of minutes earlier, and it wouldn't make any difference to the rest of the Kevin side of the movie, or even the ending. That's what I'm saying. It's if there was an hour or so where the mum and Kevin were sitting, and the family came in and they had been sitting down for a meal, or they're sitting watching a movie or something, they were doing something together, showing that there was a delay between the father and the mother getting home, that would have worked. But because it was so quickly, it in effect says you could take that whole part of that movie out and it will change nothing. And that's the
Indeed.
part
But I will add something, seeing that I'm the high rating one here. It is his mimicking the sing along to the Christmas tune in the background when he's standing in the bathroom getting himself ready. Obviously, everybody remembers the scene, but he's singing along. He's 8 years old. He should not have memorized such an old classic Christmas song.
Jingle bell. But see, the thing is as well, see the bit with the aftershave, the Brute aftershave, I noticed the brand as well. The first time was hilarious, but see the second time, you're sitting there thinking, why? You see what I mean? It's the first time is absolutely hilarious, but the second time he does it, it's sort of
I will give this as a man. Believe it or not, I did used to shave sometime back in ancient history that has been stolen by the British Museum of Natural History. Putting aftershave on after you've been shaving, yeah, it hurts.
Yeah, that's got to be fun. Yeah,
Yeah, I've never had an issue. I used to put aftershave on as soon as I shaved. I didn't get a sting from it or anything like that.
Oh, really? It burns like...
Never once. But then again,
like
I suppose it's my fault. Being so manly, man, I can't help myself.
You're a southerner.
Yeah.
But no, I think it's more relatable to men than the whole joke about putting on the aftershave after doing that. I mean, some may have more sensitive skins than others. I've always been useless at shaving, so that's essentially why I started growing a beard.
I only stopped shaving about 3 years ago. So I was always.
I haven't shaved in a decade.
Mm-hmm. Well, I only started growing again about 3 years ago.
Oh, I trimmed it down really short.
No, but only once before, and that was when my kids were really young. I grew it, and I looked more like Bluto from Popeye, because the beard went out that way. So it did, and it was basically dead dark. So I had a big Bluto beard away out here, so it didn't move down. And when I shaved it, I went into work the next day. Most people didn't notice except one person. She walked up to me and goes, "Ah, so smooth," and my face went bright red, and I walked out.
Oh, it's such a bizarre thing for when you're starting to get the good beard. And I do understand that the young ones is going, "Oh, it's just sproutly hair, everything." But when you start getting more volume and shape to it, people are just not leaving you alone. It's like, "Oh, that's a really nice beard." Yank. It's like,
Yeah.
that actually
You
hurts.
just need to look scary. Nowadays, I don't look scary. There's no hair up here. But when I had the hair and I had the big bushy Bluto beard, I just looked like the type of person that's been dragged through a hedge backwards, so probably don't touch. But nowadays, I actually look as if I'm actually an old man. All I need is a Santa suit and a ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, I've been selected for that role quite a few times, despite the very ginger beard I do have. It's like, oh, you're perfect for Santa. These kids are not going to notice a difference.
Yeah, I basically, I discourage it. So why is it you believe in me and stuff like that? It really puts kids off. But anyway, shall we?
Pick of the week.
We shall most certainly.
I had one last night that I was so desperate to talk about when I was on the Father's stream. So I was.
Go on then.
Because we were talking about it.
Oh my God, love that series.
Me, Ian, and Father were actually talking about it, and I'm sitting there going,
yeah.
Because I didn't want to mention it because everyone, it's just the super, because I just love the UK.
I love the Gov. I just love Philip Bannister. He's so good.
The full season. So
I stumbled upon that one just by, not exact accident, but I was very deep in on Stargate, TV shows at the moment. Star Trek was going on. There was quite a few other sci-fi shows as well, and it was like Life on Mars. That definitely sounds like a sci-fi film. It was just going like 70s London.
Wait a second, yeah.
But the thing is, I just loved it. I picked up another 2 classics, but I also picked up something which is not normal for me because it's been a while since I picked up a good book. So
I don't know that one.
It's a new one on me.
It's a military history one. It is basically the Second World War, memories of a German soldier on the Eastern Front. So it is. This one, basically, he'd been writing notes when he was posted in the Eastern Front, and any time in any piece of paper he would get, and then he would come home on leave, he would leave it with his mother, and they were completely forgotten until about 40 years after the war, when his daughter came across them, and her grands, I think it was her attic, had all them, and then they put it together as memoirs of serving in the Eastern Front. So I do like my military history, so I thought, oh, it's good.
That looks cool, yeah.
So I just want to actually make sure we're caught up. There you go. Haven't been clean shaven since he left the TA about 35 years ago. Well, I'm okay, I think.
I think that's an affliction for anyone that has done the service. Clean shaven through and through. Yes, they will have another one that's done the service.
Absolute classic. Absolute classic. Love that.
I saw that one. I thought, pick it up. And this one, I've been looking for years. I could have bought it, but I've been looking and hunting, hoping to get it. So,
Kung Fu. Oh, the complete version of it. First season,
Kwai Chan Kane. So it is. I've been so looking for that for a long time. Thing is,
definitely, and it looks in really good condition as well.
All the discs are double-sided, so they are. So, but each of this A and B side, so they are. There is 3 discs on it. The full set is really good condition. The imagery on this is absolutely amazing as well. You know what I mean?
I mean, that looks gorgeous, and it's definitely been crisped up a little bit from what I can see. I'm seeing it through your camera, but that looks
it is pristine condition. So it is. You know what I mean? There's no marks on it at all. So I'm very happy with that. That was my 3 I got in my book, and 2 of them, that one I've been hunting for a long time, and I finally got season 1. So can't complain. So it's a start. But that was my pick. No toys, no nothing, just a book and 3 DVDs. Well, 4 DVDs. One was part of my TV show. I'm collecting each season of the TV shows, and it was just How I Met Your Mother season 7, because I've got 1 to 6.
Yeah.
So 1 to 6, that's me now. We've got 1 to 7. So apart from that, it was just all junk food I picked up, but saying nothing.
Well, I will say this: I still stayed clear of, even though that's Christmas candy.
Check the chat, PJ.
Ah, bugger. There you go.
Pink gone.
Yeah, gone. And then I'll just report it, which you do as well. So it bounces them as well. So
you should have the tune from "Keep the Change, You Filthy Animal." Whenever that happens.
Yeah.
Well, Wendy, would you like to go first, or should I?
I'm gonna have to say it's been so mental this week. I haven't really had a chance to get into the charity shops or look for anything. I'm just trying to think if we did pick anything up, other than Darren actually just found when we actually bought Home Alone, because it is such a good film, but he found a really good deal. I think for a $5 he got Home Alone and Home Alone 2, and it's all on the same set.
Well, I'm looking for Home Alone 2 as well, because, as I said, me and my wife want to watch it, and it's because we were in New York, so we can go.
Cool. Yeah, that's right. Remember that.
I think Home Alone 2 is as good as Home Alone 1. Obviously, there's they sort of stretch the premise a bit to make it, but Marv and Harry are better in it.
Again, it's been ages since I saw that one either.
Attention.
Yeah.
Which is brilliant, because we know them as the bad guys.
Yeah.
But they, like we said with the picture I shared of Joe Pesci, a lovable, charming rogue. You want to know more, even though it's like, hang on, he's actually trying to attack and hurt a kid, although he's not successful at it at all. But
remember, he thought Marv was sick for not only robbing, because he robbed it as well, but for destroying it with the water.
Yeah.
And he was the one that says Marv was sick. Didn't stop him, but he kept telling him he was sick for doing it.
Yeah.
Even though they robbed the place blind.
But even that is the dynamic between them. So like when they're sitting in the car and they're checking out, then they're starting to have the suspicion. It's like, hang on, it's just the kid that is at home then. Because Kevin has just gone out, he saw the top of the pine tree, drag it in, and they just go, it's just the kid at home. Or at least Joe Pesci's character is going that way. And then it tells Mark, yeah, go and check it out. And he goes, now? No, tomorrow, you idiot. Now, of course. But it isn't overly aggressive, but you can definitely tell that the Joe Pesci character is not exactly the brains, but he's definitely more in charge of the situation, which is just again, it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. See, Kellyanne was saying that she lives in New York and she likes seeing things where they're thinking, but they mess them up in locations. Have you seen the Jet Li, Morgan Freeman, and Bob Hoskins Unleashed? Jet Li is Danny the dog. That is based in Glasgow.
Oh,
there is
yes.
some bit. There's a bit where the car drives down the lane and pulls up, and you can just see the name of the pub it pulls up to. Sloan. That's a pedestrian part. It's basically that right hand turn, they turn round is they couldn't get that car out of there. Somebody would have had to reverse it out, and it because it's such a tight corner, it would have to be done over a long time to make sure it doesn't spare because it is a tight lane turn, and obviously they wanted to get it so they could block it off so they could actually have full control of it. But Sloan's, there's the bits where they're driving down and you see the cranes, and the bit they're driving down and where you can see the cranes are two different parts of the city. There's the when they're meant to walk from the music area. I'm trying to remember what it's called. There's a music school and they're doing the filming up there. But they're doing going across a bridge, and it's meant to take you to another bit. It doesn't go anywhere near where it's meant to be. So yes, it's always fun seeing parts that you can go, I know that place, I know that place. They're not where they're saying, but it's great to see them. And
well,
yes,
I can confirm it for Kel Lynch as well. It's being not native, but having lived in the London area for the last 2 decades. A Gerard Butler film. It's kind of like a spin-off of the White House was attacked in the first film, and then the second film is something taking place in London. And they're going from Finsbury Park down to the Parliament, across London Bridge, and then they're driving across the Thames, and it takes place in like less than 60 seconds. I'm just going, no, you can't get to these locations in that time. And most of the roads that they were driving down were one direction in the other direction. So it means they must have done what a lot of companies do, especially for Pirates of the Caribbean and everything, because I've been around and I'm seeing them blocking off the entire streets. They're literally putting up tarps, just gluing tarps on across of the buildings, so it blocks the entire road. You cannot see in, and they do whatever it needs to be in there.
Mm-hmm.
But
no,
locations is usually horrible.
Well, you look at World War Z, filmed in Glasgow, set in Boston, because Charles Rennie Mackintosh buildings are predominant in both cities, but it's cheaper to film over here than it would be over there. So they shipped all the American cars over here, filmed them all in George Square, and then went back. It's basically so it was cheaper for them to ship all the actors, actresses, crew, all the American cars and props over here to film the movie here than it was to do it over in the States. But World War Z was filmed in Glasgow.
There's a lot of films being shot in and around the Glasgow area.
Yes. Batman 1 was done. The Indiana Jones 5 was filmed here as well.
Yeah, I can see it. Glasgow is, despite its reputation about its inhabitants and its, shall we say, suspicious food culture, which heated oil and dropping anything into heated oil.
There is nothing wrong with Glasgow food. Bring out your dead, we'll fry that as well.
I'll rest my case.
Listen, we'll fry the best. There is a movie about deep fried ice cream.
I will say deep fried ice cream I'm far more curious about than I am deep fried Mars bar.
I think I've had that.
The thing is, there's a movie about
somewhere.
it. It was about the ice cream wars, and it's all about deep fried ice cream. John Gordon Sinclair was in it, but I'm trying to remember who else was in it. And what it's called. It's been a long time ago. I saw it, but it was filmed up beside my granny's. There's one of them in the movie, if I remember right. It is the first time I'd ever heard my family name being used, because it's well known in Glasgow, but it's not what you would class as a Glasgow name. And it was the first time I'd heard it. I'd heard that second time in a thing called Fan of the Tan. It was about tanning salons who they had a rivalry against them, and the rival for the company called Fan of the Tan was my family name, which was unusual. So, considering it showed they were filmed in Glasgow because they're popular in Glasgow. However, I'm trying to remember if I can find the name of that one set in Glasgow about deep fried ice cream. I will. So
you see, as much as I love everything and anything about Scotland, good music, good, amazing people, a bit cheeky, if I'm gonna have to give a description to it. But for me, a film that is Scottish, Scotland-based, it's Trainspotting.
Say again?
Trainspotting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Like it at all.
That is usually the finding I get from Scottish people, but I think I've been to Scotland. I've actually seen the place.
Anyway,
yes, you have gorgeous places, but you also have the less, shall we say, charming areas as well. But for me, architecture is mainly a reason to go to Scotland.
Yeah.
But do stay away from Edinburgh because it's literally a city split in half.
Yeah, that's Edinburgh. Trainspotting's more Edinburgh side. But if you want to see a fun Edinburgh type one, Sunshine in Leith, it's basically based on the Proclaimers. It's got all their songs. Even I enjoyed it, and I'm no a big fan of it. I'm just actually trying to find where the part where John Gordon Sinclair starred in a. I didn't realise he was in World War Z. John Gordon Sinclair. My goodness. I'm just trying to find. The guy that starred in it is quite a famous actor, George Connery. I can't remember. I just wish I could remember. He's a Scottish actor.
George Connolly is the name that springs to mind, but I'm not sure if he's Scottish. Scottish sounding, maybe, but
yeah. I just can't. That Sinking Feeling. Oh, John Gordon Sinclair, his first thing was called That Sinking Feeling. If you ever want to see something fun about Glasgow, this is based in the 70s. It's about a load of guys who try to steal kitchen sinks. It's called That Sinking Feeling. One of the characters has to dress up as a woman to try and seduce the guards to distract them to the point where he gets right into it. So it's the first time you've got a cross-dresser or transvestite in it as a starring role and it is hilariously funny. It is one of the best comedies I've seen. It was John Gordon Sinclair's first. That Sinking Feeling.
It shows quality of acting, but I believe Kellynch has a question that is requiring your subject matter expertise.
I was just noticing that one, yeah. A little bit further down.
Speaking of Scotland, I need to know this. The recent Mary Queen of Scots movie had Mary with a Scottish accent. She grew up in France. It is. It's difficult, but the Scots and the French had a very close relationship. They still call the French the old allies. So someone grown up in France with a Scottish accent wouldn't have been unusual, because
That's interesting.
they're basically, they would have had the teachers, French teachers and English teachers, they would be Scottish. They would be teaching them. So somebody growing up in France with a Scottish accent, because there was a lot of Scots going backwards and forwards. Scotland and France were known as the old alliance, and it's basically because both of them were against England. So, and Mary's Queen of Scots, she was brought up in France, but having a Scottish accent wouldn't have been unusual, because it would have been more of a, it's old English, but with a bit of a brogue, and it would have been because the ones that taught her English would have more likely been Scottish. So you're learning Scottish from someone with a Scottish accent. Or sorry, learning English with someone with a Scottish accent, so you would pick that twang up, because that's
cool.
you learning it. So it wouldn't be unusual.
I will counter Colin's point there a little bit.
It's a recent movie.
The TV show was called Outlander, and although I never really got into it, it's a World War II nurse somehow magically getting transported back to 100, 250 years, but she lands deep in Scotland.
Yeah.
And although they're trying to be as, legible, as in, for you, the TV audience, you can hear what they're trying to say, the Scottish Gaelic part is extremely heavy in the start before she starts becoming more familiar with it. And I really like that little touch, but it's very, very subtle that they go so heavily that you're transported back 250 years in time. You would, even if I was in London and I got transported 250 years back in time, even though my English is okay, I would probably have a very, very hard time to understand.
English is completely different. You look at people, you see videos of people 60 years ago, they were filmed, and you can hardly make out their accents. And it changed so much. So 200 years ago, even speaking about something simple, like give you, you could get your bread from the bakers. They may have said that you could get it bread from the bakers. It's still the same words, but it's pronounced in such a way that you're sitting there going, huh, what did they just say? It's the same principle. It's the way the language changes throughout history. Similar words, but they're just changed in the way they're pronounced. You look at a lot of kids nowadays, they'll say things, and we living with it today, we're going, what the heck does that mean? It's words that you understand, but they don't mean the same thing. And that's the thing. You need to, with the language. So 200 years, yes, it's real bad. And yeah, MC, we did V for Vendetta for Bonfire Night. So we did.
Remember, the 5th of November.
Mm-hmm.
But it's such an amazing film, and such a good acting from literally everybody involved. And there's so many iconic and good old long-term actors in that. They didn't risk a chance of bringing in completely new, never heard of before people.
Yeah.
So, but I do believe it's my time.
I'm hoping, Kelly Inch, there was no kilts in the Mary Queen of Scots thing. It's just that actor was asking.
Yeah, that's usually a bad sign. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you see the kilts come out. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a kilt. Not worn it for a while, but I've got a kilt.
Well, last time I wore a kilt was 2018, but it was because it was a ceremonial event and it was required. I will say I prefer kilt over wearing a business suit.
No, that's where you go wrong. you don't wear a kilt over a business suit. It just looks silly.
No.
That'd be a new look.
That you would be roasting. I mean, wearing a kilt and proper hat and everything, and the knife and the bag.
Proper hat is called a Glengarry. A proper
Glengarry, yes. And believe it or not, even though most of it was rented, I actually have a proper belt in my wardrobe that is meant to be worn with the kilt and everything.
Yeah, and you
That's unfortunately my entire extension of owning kilt quit. But
the ski and do, you can tell the rented ones now have got a wee plastic ski and do.
Oh, this was proper stuff, because this was more, shall we say, upper level fancy stuff. And I was roasting sitting in the chapel.
They actually produce them. It's illegal for them to wear a ski and do now, so that's why they're all plastic.
Yeah.
Very rarely you get a real one. So, anyway, Jim, what did you get?
I am going to be cheating. I'm going to be extremely cheeky, but it's because I had such extreme slim pickings that I actually went on a hunting mission, and believe it or not, I got this.
Brilliant.
The Family Fun Edition. And as you can see, our beloved bad guys are really in like.
So what's the difference between that one and
I have no idea. Yeah, I picked it up this morning. But there is one thing that actually stands out where I'm holding my thumb. It's my finger now, but if you can see who made the music.
Nope,
can't make it out.
Even I'm going to put it on full screen, so let us see if we can make it out.
Oh, John Williams.
Cool. Yes, it's John Williams. And I didn't actually clock that, but I do realize it now thinking back. It's definitely his kind of level. He's very good at hiding that he's been in films, but you do recognize where he managed to play and hide the music in the background or to the story just to lift it a little bit more. And he's been really good at doing that. So
I must admit, I didn't even notice who did the music. Didn't even notice a lot of music in it, I must admit. But
that's something John Williams is really good at. Their music is there. It adds to the suspense and everything. If you think of Kevin in the basement with the
that thing, like, yeah,
with these basically the boiler set up.
Yeah, the boiler. His music playing perfectly through and through. I actually encourage you, watch back, ignore the scary and the red and the supposed teeth going up and everything. Exactly. Listen to the music.
I couldn't tell you if there was music. I couldn't tell you the music at all.
Not from memory, but go back and look at it. But that was 50%, sadly, of my pickup. But I do believe that the next 50%, it's going to be hopefully a little bit more impressive than Home Alone.
Oh, excellent. That's a nice box too. I love the set.
Is that the movies or the TV show?
It's the TV show, all the 4 seasons.
Yeah, we've got a box set from the TV show, but it's not in that.
No,
I like that sort of.
The one
I've got it has, as you can see.
I like that. That's cool.
It has the TV kind of window. Obviously, it's just like plastic, but it's a really gorgeous set.
That is nice. Yeah, that's always worth having.
See, that's the ones I've got. I've got the movies.
Yeah.
But I've also got Monty Python's personal best.
Oh,
nice.
Yes.
And it's basically each of the 6 of them actually all chose their favourites. So 6 DVDs from each of the cast, and with their favourite from the Monty Python Flying Circus.
That's cool.
So I've not watched all of them. I think there's you've got John Cleese personal best, Eric Idle, Terry Gilliam, Terry Jones, Michael Palin, and Graham Chapman. That's all I've got with the thing. Mate. That one looks a lot better than that one.
But that was a gorgeous find, and
yes, definitely.
Essentially my hunt was I need to find Home Alone. I've been scouring. Trust me, I do have one of these smartwatches. The step count is probably at something like 37,000 steps. So I'm definitely earned having a big roast tomorrow. I definitely went around. There were a few other items, but it was essentially just like small knickknacks and everything to try and get some more stuff for the flats. But I was really amazed when I saw that. It was like, this is mine. I literally grabbed it as soon as I could, and then I probably spent a good 20 minutes walking around the charity shop just looking at other stuff that they had. But I was holding on to it. It's like no one else is taking this one.
Yeah. I've not read the Outlander books. I've only been recommended to watch Outlander by one person. Fraser Hines. He said he enjoyed making it and it was fun to be in and fun to watch.
I'm going to put myself on mute to give Kellinge a link to a very good John Williams YouTube fan clip. Give me a couple of seconds.
So I've not read the books, so I can't comment on them, but Fraser Hines is actually one that recommended watching Outlanders. So I've still got it on my list to watch. It's just I've not come across it yet, and that's the problem. See, should be like me, Jim. I don't have an accent, so if people hear an accent, that's their problem.
That's it. Everybody else has got an accent.
Hi, Miranda. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for that. No, it's not an accent. It's just that for me, I hear speaking like the Swedish chef. Hurdy-gurdy, blah. That's how I sound in my mind, and I know I probably have better pronunciations and a better grasp of complicated words and intonations and all that. But it still sounds like hurdy-gurdy, meaty-bally. That's how it sounds up here.
It's a brobrick minlich. That's what it sounds like. Hello.
Here.
Is there silence? I thought it was pure silence.
Still here on mute.
You never know with StreamYard. It can freeze at any time.
So,
I think my brain is starting to fragment now this time of the night after today anyway.
Yep. Well, before we go too much further, see next Saturday, ladies and gents, we will be starting early because I'm on a strict time limit because I'm up at 5:30 in the sun morning. So I need to be off and in my kit by 10:30. Because I've got a very, very early start on this Sunday. So next Saturday, we will be starting at 8. That'll give us 2 hours.
Cool.
So, Hogfather.
I can't wait for that.
Yes, me either. And then we'll probably pick the rest up when we're doing all the other Christmas movies. The week after. The week before Christmas. Woohoo!
God, it's coming. Almost here.
Yeah.
Blink and you'll miss it.
Exactly. 3 weeks to Christmas. Or 3 jumpers to Christmas. One for next week, one for the week after. Then it's Christmas. And I get to play with all my toys. I'm an Italian tartan. But it's a Jemison. It's basically, Alan is my grandfather's side. So yes. So from my father's side, I know it sounds silly, because of the surname, it would match with Jemison tartan, which it isn't because obviously James Jemison is son of James, and the Italian Ford son of James is my surname. So we cheat, but we don't, and we've not got an official tartan. I can wear my grandfather's, but he doesn't like me wearing it. because he fought us tallybuggers in the act of the war, as he kept telling my dad. Because basically that's what he said to my mum. Yeah, I fought those tallybuggers for long enough, and you're going to marry one. So he got on really well with my dad and my other grandfather, but he always used to say, no, having used the bastards actually wearing my tartan. So I've just got a generic Scottish one. I wear the black watch one. I like the black watch one. So yep, Harry and Limey's 2 major buttons. That's right, because I've been on a couple of Colin streams when he's been talking about it, and I can understand why he does it. It can be very fishy. So it is. Yeah. North American English is closer to what Brits spoke in the 17th, 18th century than what they speak now. And considering nobody can actually understand, a lot of people can understand the Scottish accent, even though they speak the same language. You imagine someone from the north of Scotland speaking to somebody from Cornwall, and how they wouldn't be able to understand each other because of their accents. Never mind anybody in the past.
Mm.
Yeah. Kilt is bad. Kilt is the word is nuke it from the orbit level. Yeah. The kilt is an English invention. So it is. The kilt was actually designed by English for the Scottish regiments. You wanted to wear your tartan, you had to join a Scottish regiment so you could wear your tartan in a kilt format, which was designed by the Scots. It was another way to
it would
control
not
the
surprise
Scots.
me at all, because that's usually how things go. However, I did post in the public chat, but I've shared the link in the private chat as well. This is for after the stream, and we can have a quick discussion on the next stream when we're catching up. And the challenge is, tell me what is not in this very humble homage to John Williams. And believe it or not, you will very likely miss it, because you will not think that it is in there. It's one thing, the one thing missing, but you're unlikely to actually find it.
Silence is golden. See, if I couldn't look at it and tell you what's missing, because I very rarely pick up music in a movie, because it's one thing I don't see as important. I pick out the orchestrated themes, but unless it's something, so I can pick out the Star Wars,
the orchestra level kind of stuff.
Yes, but the fact is, I wouldn't be able to tell you whose is whose. So if somebody telling me all these people are this person, I'm just taking their word for it. So I wouldn't be able to tell you if something's missing, because I wouldn't know what the person did.
You see, I find that mesmerizing, because for me, music is such a large part of good storytelling.
But it's the linguistics of the part of the storytelling.
No, just the music.
Words, like for instance, the bit when you actually said about you would wear a kilt over a thingy. It's the linguistics.
No, that was a mispronunciation for me.
No,
I would not wear a suit.
No, but I'm saying is I pick up on the linguistic parts of certain things.
Yeah.
So if somebody says something that sounds right, but to my ear it goes, oh, that's the parts. So music doesn't hit my ears that way, whereas somebody saying certain things that could be taken 2 ways, that's the I pick up on. I'm more easier to pick those up, whereas music can go right over the top. Even this might stop them, but it still goes over the top.
Still, you picked up on the most important music part of the Goonies. Hey, you guys!
Yeah,
Superman and sliding down the sail and everything. Absolutely perfection in terms of choice of music, what to play, how to add to the whole atmosphere of it. Which is why I do like the music part of it when it's done really well. But unfortunately, there is a drawback to it. For me, horror films are ruined forever, because you have the violin, something scary is about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know something scary is about to happen. Whether or not they actually just go, oh, we're building up, and they're pulling away the curtain, and oh, it was nothing. But they have the
yeah. Colin, you're right. It is way too short for any Terry Pratchett stream. Just means in the new year we'll have to do a Pratchett stream.
Oh, that would be
awesome.
awesome.
It's just unluckily next week I'm restricted to being off just after 10. So even if we start an hour earlier, it's still giving us 2 hours. It's next week's very time limited for me. And yes, 2 hours is just way too short. We could change it around and do the talk of general Christmas movies, but we want to leave that for the Christmas.
The general one is just going to be like wildfire. We're just going to find anything and everything that is
exactly.
So amazing.
And 2 hours. 2 hours could be too short for that as well. So we'll have to just talk 2 hours Hogfather and then just a Terry Pratchett stream later on.
That sounds fab.
Well, it sounds like a good plan to start off 2022.
Yeah.
Terry Pratchett.
Be lovely to get Purple in on that too.
Yeah.
She's a big Pratchett fan. Yeah. Yeah. Be wonderful.
Do you know, I actually let my dad read Pratchett. Do you know what he read in Pratchett? He just read the footnotes through every one of my books. Because he always used to wonder why I enjoyed it. So I said to him, here, read it. So he read the first paragraph or the prologue for the very first book. That was the thing that caught me with Terry Pratchett. Is they were talking about the Great Attune and the space turtle, and there was the different theories. One theory was he was traveling to find the center of the universe. The other one, I think it was that one. The other one was people believed that he was traveling to find a mate. This was known as the Big Bang Theory, and it got me. So I showed my dad that after I'd read about 5 or 10 of the books, and he was reading it, and he loved it. He loved that idea. He says, but I've not got time to read the books. And I says, well, the books is actually quite good because it's got footnotes on it. So you'll see any of the page be an asterisk down at the book, and it'll give you an explanation of it. He actually liked Terry's notes that he went through every book, every page, just to find these notes, his footnotes about each of the bits he was talking about. And that's what he did with every one of Terry's books. He didn't have time to read the book, but he had time to actually go through every single page to find the footnotes and enjoyed them. So I do like Terry. I've been reading Terry for years. The only thing I didn't like was The Long Earth. It's just not for me. I read Nation as well. That was actually okay, but it didn't seem like Terry Pratchett. It was still a good book, but it didn't seem like his writing style. I don't know why.
Mainly for me, Terry Pratchett is the stuff around Discworld. I know he's done a lot of other stuff, but for me, it's the Discworld sagas that wins it for me. Because it's just so thoroughly enjoyable, actually picking up the book and just reading away, because you get, I know it's like a Hollywood effect, but you see that seeping into it. The best way I can describe it is his Discworld sagas, for me, is equivalent to the never-ending story. You just get so drawn into it, you feel you're there. And I just love them.
I'm just actually catching up on the thing so we don't.
Yeah, seeing the chat exploding, and I'm struggling to keep up myself.
Well, Colin's one there about the film he's referring to. Going back a bit, it can't be that one because he's actually talking about the Hogfather itself. So I'm actually trying to catch with a bit I might have missed. No, see, I might have actually missed the part apart from the Swedish chef, the Viking. Yeah, I remember that with Pika. Yeah, I love the Muppets. I grew up watching the Muppets. I wasn't
and
there
me.
with the person I wanted to be.
For me, everybody loves Kermit,
No,
Cookie Monster, and all that. For me, it's the grumpy old guys.
Oh, Statler and Waldorf. Yeah, they're
Yes.
brilliant.
Waldorf was great. Basically, we used to call them Granda and Granda.
Yeah.
My two grandas. But Statler and Waldorf are great. But I love Fozzie. Fozzie was the one I wanted to be. He had a sense of humor, made minds look good. That's all that
Yeah.
mattered.
I always liked Animal.
Animal.
Yes,
He was my favorite.
I had, believe it or not, and I believe it. I got the T-shirt from not Aldi, might have been Asta. And if you downloaded an app on your phone, you could point it at my T-shirt because, as you can tell, I'm a collector of funny T-shirts. If you pointed at my T-shirt, it was Animal sitting in front of a drum kit. And if you pointed the phone with this app, you could see Animal literally doing his thing on the drum set and just throwing the drumsticks away.
I can beat that. So I can. I don't have an Animal T-shirt. I've got an Animal pair of boxers.
Okay, I will concede that you're the winner.
I'd like Animal. I've got an Animal pair of boxers. I got them one Christmas, and I love them.
If you have time and you haven't already seen it, there's a great YouTube. There's a great YouTube video of, it's a clip of Animal doing a duet with Rita Moreno. And if you Google, well, if you go on YouTube and just say Muppets Animal and Rita Moreno, it should come up. And it is so funny. And Rita Moreno, for those of us who grew up in New York State, Rita Moreno and Morgan Freeman were on a show called The Electric Company, which was like the next step up from Sesame Street in terms of the types of learning. That was sort of the advanced version. And it was kind of like a variety show for kids. But Rita Moreno is like, when you grew up watching her, she was like part of your family, you know? So it's a great skit, and it shows her personality so beautifully.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that one out. Definitely.
Yeah, you don't even
It's
need
really
to type
funny.
everything in. I just did Muppets Animal R, and auto suggestion is Rita Moreno.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has anyone seen
hilarious.
anything about the Good Omens, the new one? I hope to God, because the one with the one they've already got out with David Tennant, Good Omens, was good. Don't see why they need to remake it already.
Oh, they're remaking it. That sounds weird.
Has anyone seen news of the new Good Omens? I haven't. I'm hoping to God they aren't, but it's fairly recent, so I don't. But then again, it's the BBC, it's the Hollywood. They just don't have an idea. They just remake everything. They think they can make it better. So see that thing? It was really popular and everybody loves. We can make it better. Yeah, right. The reason it's popular and everybody loves it is because of the way it is, no, because somebody's going to change it.
Well, I might be slightly biased, but I'm mainly of the opinion that BBC or ITV4 or the British-based, shall we say, film production companies come up with TV shows, especially one that you brought out, Life on Mars. I'm aware, even though I haven't seen all of it, I'm aware that there is an American version of it as well.
Which
and
is
I'm
rubbish.
feeling that, yeah, but exactly. If you take the IT crowd, British production initially, fantastic, amazing humor, remade it into a US version. However, I've heard the Ricky Gervais, what is it, The Office? Apparently the US version is a little bit better, but it has Andy Samberg in it, and I find him 90% missing the target. Sometimes he's very funny, but more often than not, it feels like he's trying to press his humor or his lines into things. Yeah. And that is a good visual what I have from having read the books.
Yeah, actually, it's not too bad. This one with David Tennant on it is not bad. There's a couple of wee bits and pieces that change slightly, but it doesn't affect it too much. So,
well, as long as they manage to stay on target for what the main plot is, which is Armageddon. It's the end of the world. And these two, the angel and the demon, is going, we actually like the life on Earth. We don't really want this to happen. Obviously, we have to follow the orders, but can we do something about it? It's brilliantly told, and you can tell it's almost on the level with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in terms of just going insanely where no one has ever tried to go before.
Yep. But let's put it this way. You remember Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the TV show?
Yeah.
Then you remember Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the movie?
Well, it has Alan Rickman in it, so it has to be a thumbs up, even though he's only playing Marvin. No, I'm with you on that, but Alan Rickman makes it watchable.
Yeah, but the problem is there's only certain things you can actually increase by a good actor. You can't increase crap, unfortunately. But the TV show, compared to the radio show, the TV show wasn't as good. Good Omens is a similar idea. This TV show, the one with David Tennant, not as good as the book, but it's close enough that it's actually, like, for instance, you don't have the four other horsemen of the apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
Remember you had the four horsemen, and you had the four other horsemen of the apocalypse. The four
yeah.
Well, they're obviously completely cut out of it. So there's bits and pieces that are different, and there's some of the humour's taken away because of things. But they try and keep it quite well.
I am absolutely cognizant of the fact that if you're doing a TV show, you have 45 minutes to try and tell as much as you can in those 45 minutes. You cannot ever fully adapt the book, but you can definitely tell when they're cutting out because they're lazy, they don't care, they don't want to, but it strips away of so many building up things to what makes stuff funny later on, or interesting, or dangerous, or like, oh yes, these two people definitely they would get together because the journey they had, but because that part was cut out, and then you just go, oh, that they got married, or that one killed that one, and so you have no understanding when you watch the TV show why this thing happened, because because of choices they cut that out.
They are limited with it, but the good thing is sometimes you can cut out things that don't change the story too bad, like cutting out the four other horsemen. The story is actually not too bad. It's not as good as the book, so that's all I can say. It's not really terrible. And Gonzo the Great was always superb. I loved his chicken. And Colin, I wouldn't take it to heart, and I wouldn't be brave enough to say it was a good movie, shall we say?
I just saw what Kelly was saying. The Witch Doctor song, is that the
yeah.
Bing bang, walla walla bing bang.
I can understand why your nephew wants to kill you.
No, that I know that one. What one you're talking about? I don't have no idea.
Oh, but that's another good, fun thing. Even though it makes literally no sense, really did the Witch Doctor song. It's like it's just gibberish, but it's fun. It's cheeky. It's got rhythm. It definitely just like immediately sticks into your mind. That's the sign of any good creative artist coming up with something. It's the same for books. It's the same for films, comic books, anything you can imagine that you're interested in. Good creative mind can manage to find that, and it just sticks. And sad to say it is.
See, the thing, Neil Gaiman said he was part of the original, even though he said it wasn't. That's not always a good thing. I have Neverwhere. I've got Neverwhere. Peter Capaldi's in it. Loaned it to my friend.
I haven't seen that yet. Is that any good?
It is really good. I enjoyed it.
It's well done, is it?
Not as good as the book, but see, the thing is, I find that it's dead hard to be as good as the book. They changed enough that the story's the same, but they're taking bits out. They know they have to, because something.
Yeah,
Neverwhere is something I chose to not pick up today when I was out chasing the shops. I had it in my hand, but I would just went, the books, I'd rather have them.
See, the books are no. If I had a choice, the books or the TV show, I would always choose the books.
And me, yeah, especially with Pratchett.
Yeah, this one, Neverwhere, it had Peter Capaldi in it, so
I'm already interested if you say Peter Capaldi, but not if it's an unfaithful,
It wasn't bad. They cut out bits and pieces because obviously in a book you can go places and you can't do it. I'm aware of that. I thought it still was actually a good enough story. It is definitely an adaptation, not the book. So it's faithful to an extent, and that's the best I can do. They try and keep the story and some of the characters the best they can, because it's cut it down. I think it was 6 episodes, so they had to cut it down quite a bit, but it wasn't bad. I enjoyed it still. So I did. And Neil Gaiman did that one as well. That was the Neil Gaiman one. So I enjoyed it.
Well, you saw my pick for the week, so I'll let you decide whether or not it's worth picking up. But I did have Neverwhere in my hand, but I chose Monty Python's instead.
I think you made a good choice there.
Do you know what I'll do? I'll rip it and let you see an episode.
Sounds fair.
I'll dig that out.
Luckily, work is by Tuesday, and I hope my colleagues isn't just going to bury me under everything they have left. But by Tuesday, I have 10 days left of working this year. But by Tuesday, it should literally be just mellowing out. So I will have time to catch up on TV shows and everything. So definitely share it.
Yeah. When I love that song. I love it. It's
It just sets us off sometimes. You just hear a word or a phrase or something reminds you of it, and it's like in my head then for the rest of the day. It's great. Great memories.
It's the same with The Lion Sleeps in the Jungle.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle. I don't listen to music. I don't know where these are all coming from. Who's doing that? Is that you?
But no, these are tunes made with love, belonging to shows where they should have been put in.
Yeah.
And because I believe there is a trinity or something. You tell a good story, you inspire others, you create good content, you get good stories, and it just keeps going around. And it feeds back. It feeds off of each other. That's why we have these tunes that are definitely standing out.
Definitely.
I mean, I'm probably the worst singer on the planet, but I will bellow my heart out to Manamana or The Lion Sleeps in the Jungle. These kind of things.
Yeah. I like weird music. That's all I can say. But IT Crowd lasted 2 minutes.
I will find you a link, TJ.
Short remake of the IT Crowd. I didn't see the point in it. I don't see the point in doing a shot-for-shot remake. Might as well just show the original. It's crazy doing a shot for shot just so they can change an actor.
No, I
They're
haven't
talking
seen
about
that.
the Campbells and the Lamonts basically at each other. That's you heard the old was it Hector Nichols used to do it? The Nichols fought with Wallace. The Nichols fought with Campbell. The Nichols fought with O'Brien. They couldn't get on with bloody anybody.
So the latest link I dropped in private chat, that's for you, PJ. And this was technically a protest song created against the top 10 weekly list. It's a song just gibberish, but it broke all records in terms of number ones, most sold CDs.
One.
It means nothing. It's gibberish, but it's a fantastic tune.
It's when they're doing scat.
But yeah, and that one is definitely, it's instantly sticking to your mind. And you just go, it's like, no, go away. I don't want it.
Wendology, sorry. When I'm buying bananas, I sing 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4.
The banana splits. Yes, I grew up with them as well. Freaking awesome. Yeah, I love them.
Yeah, I still, when I'm picking up the bananas, it's 1 banana, 2 banana, 3.
I know, I sing that sometimes still.
Yeah, I love the banana splits, and I've got some bits and pieces of banana split stuff. But same again. I'll need to take them out one of these days. But I've got a video, a DVD. I don't know if I've still got the video. I think I've got one DVD of banana splits somewhere. It's an old one. Good Omens is when Disc Murrow meets the Omen. Yeah, that is definitely it. Fun stuff.
Yeah, PJ, you guys got banana splits here then, because Darren knows about it as well. Mm-hmm. Because we grew up with it, Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah.
Like Saturday morning. I think it was on like Saturday mornings.
Whenever I hear Hanna-Barbera, it's Jabba Dabba Doo.
Oh yeah. I love Captain Caveman.
I've still got the t-shirt upstairs. I've got my Captain Caveman t-shirt. I love Captain Caveman.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, a Saturday morning we had banana splits. It was the Japanese, was it Powerboy? It was the big guys. You can always tell it was a Japanese one because they had all the Europeans with big enormous eyes. Then you had Champion on the Horse, you had Casey Jones, you had Skippy, you had
I think Archie got it. I'd never watched it, but he says Oh Chungo.
What's that one?
I'm not sure if it's related to that thing, but
I'll catch up. Hold on.
Yeah, the chat is on fire this evening.
Yeah. Dave Savelle and the Chipmunks never had that one. Miniseries Pratchett was furious about the sequel. The sequel was rubbish, but the Good Omens miniseries was fine. The book was good. I loved the book, I must admit. I've got the Audible book as well. I enjoyed it so much. Yeah, he always does that. Nowadays, I don't actually trust anything he's in. Hi, Disaster.
Yeah. It's the same for me, and I feel Gaiman has unfortunately gone a little bit downhill. Whether or not it's me moving away from stories he's telling,
yeah,
or it's him not being able to do what he used to.
Yeah, I think it's a case of he's actually just stepping into the fact that is the current day culture. He just can't stay away from it. So because of that, his stuff is getting worse and worse.
I mean,
yeah,
the current day culture, sad to say, it's an absolute detriment. And sorry, Kellynch.
See, Kelly,
Christmas lights are coming.
mine's are
and
only,
I'm hoping to get some up.
I've only got these ones up at the moment, but I've got a full set going up for next week. So I got them today, and they flash and they change colour.
I have some. Sadly, the batteries are dead, but
yeah,
you got a bit of Christmas light.
See, when Dad grew up watching Monty Python, my dad as well.
Yeah, yeah, it was just,
He was basically, my dad was the one that got me into all the, what people used to call weird humour, because it wasn't your typical laugh out loud. It was weird stuff.
It was like sideways.
And now for the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. There's 2 things, there's 3 things about that type of thing. There's Terry Jones sitting there in the bar playing a organ and stuff like that. And you're going, what the and stuff like that.
Also, things like the fish slapping dance.
Yes,
that still cracks me up. That is so funny.
Boom, into the water. It's the soldiers, you know what I mean? Do you want to be here? No, it's all about, on you go then. And then each of them, all the soldiers, or else the one when they're all dancing, and misses, and they're all doing it in unison. The Monty Python just did so many fun stuff. And, yep, they couldn't make anything decent today.
No, they couldn't. And that, I'm kind of glad because it was a classic of its time. I just wouldn't want it polluted with anything.
Yeah, that's the thing. See, when anytime they try and say they're going to make something, I always go, no. I'm willing to give it a chance, so I'm willing to look to see what the trailer's going. And if the trailer thinks, and you think, well, maybe not as bad, look what happened with Wheel of Time. I was skeptical. Then I looked at the trailer. The trailer didn't make it look as bad as I thought it was going to be. Then I watched the first episode.
Trust me, you do not want to get on my level when it comes to Wheel of Time, but something for me that is so painful, even more than the butchering of taking a beloved intellectual property that's been around for decades and completely missing the whole point of what it has to give, is the constant remakes. Oh, Ghostbusters was good. Let's make Ghostbusters again. I mean, I keep hearing that the kids version of Ghostbusters is supposed to be good. The Afterlife one, yeah. But I've been burned so many times before. I know it's on my cinema. It's a 5-minute walk, literally that direction. 5-minute walk to the cinema, but I'm just going, it's 10 quid, and if I want a Coke or some snacks and whatnot, that's 20 quid. Is it going to be worth it?
Yeah. See, when you're saying BBC Ghosts.
Yeah.
What is Ghosts?
Ghosts was the one, I can't think of the actor's name, but he's one of my favorite actors is in it. It's basically a young couple. Somehow, I can't even remember their original backstory. They somehow end up in this, I think she inherits this old house, this old sort of manor house, and it's full of all the ghosts, but all the ghosts are from different centuries. And only she can see them.
And does she bounce back to there to try and help them?
Well, they're just annoying. They're just like, they're always like sticking their nose into what's going on currently, and they're always just there talking to her. And there's like a ghost that's like basically a caveman. Then it goes all through the centuries. It's very clever. It's very funny.
I've not seen it. I'll need to keep an eye out for that, because the only one that I normally like is Rent a Ghost. That's an old one.
Yes, yeah.
It's the same as watching, what was it? Pipkins. Remember Pipkins? The one about the toy shop? There is actually a Pipkins in Glasgow named after that toy shop, which is collectibles. Pipkins had Hartley the Rabbit and stuff like that. It was roughly about the same time as Rent a Ghost. That was a UK one as well. But I must admit, I haven't seen Ghosts.
It's worth a watch. It's good fun. I don't know. Remember we were talking about The Detectoress?
Yes.
Well, there's an actor that's in Ghosts that plays one of the ghosts. And in The Detectoress, he's one of the Simon and Garfunkel pair, that they're always teasing. He's the guy with the blonde hair, the very sort of kind of like
exactly what one you're talking about, because
I can't think of the actor.
He was in Jonathan Peak. He was in Jonathan Peak. He played the hippie. He's
a great actor. But he's in Ghosts, and he plays one of the ghosts. He plays a British politician and they're all dressed in whatever they had on at the moment that they died. So he's like half dressed. So it's hilarious. It's really funny. He was like a British politician that was sort of up to something rather unsavory, shall we say, when he crossed over. So he's forever dressed in like he's got his boxers on, but then he's got like a suit top on, and a jacket. He's really funny. But it goes to show the range of the actors as well.
Yeah.
Very, very clever show.
What's Wonderama?
I don't think that came over here. That was a kids show in the US, probably in the late 60s, very early 70s maybe. But it was, I don't think that one came over because it
didn't sound like it. Captain Kangaroo, the only reason reference to that I know is, I think, that's an American one. I don't think came over.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard anybody talking about it over here.
But I'm sure I've heard about it in some American TV shows when they're talking about it. That's where I recognise the reference from.
Yeah, Colin has just said, aka Death from Horrible Histories. The actors that are in Ghosts, a lot of them are from the Horrible Histories series. So if you've watched that, you'll recognize some of the actors. It's the same kind of humor as well.
See, I've never seen. I've definitely never seen. I've not seen any Horrible Histories, although my friend's daughter loves Horrible Histories.
They are funny.
I would definitely recommend Horrible Histories. It's
I'll
hit
watch
and
it
miss.
up till a set point, because as soon as some of the newer stuff appears, especially with that Kish Kumar or whatever his name is, I'll avoid it. Because accordingly, it was a very non-PC one, basically saying everybody in England were just all racists. So that was then just after they got booed off the stage.
Have been infected by not the coup, but the woke flu.
Yeah.
But some of the early content, cheeky, light-hearted, easy level, and it meant for kids to kind of understand the things that were going on, and they did it really well.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's why it annoys me. So see, when they try, as I was talking about the remake for Home Alone, where the kid is obnoxious, he's brattish, and he's basically very demanding. He demands things off his parents, and his mum's always wishy-washy. We need to give him what he wants. And he goes into the point where the family who think he's stolen something, and they're just trying to get it back. They're not trying to break in and steal anything. They're just trying to find out if he's taking it. So they're looking through windows. So they're in financial straits. Them and their two kids are going to get kicked out of their house. This thing they found out later on is worth something like 200,000 to collectors. So they try to get it back, but they're not trying to break in to steal it. What they're trying to do is find out if they did steal it. And they're the ones that are getting all the beat ups and the things happening to them. And you're sitting there thinking, they're the ones think he stole it. It turns around at the end are wrong, but they think he stole it. So they're not trying to break in. They're just trying to find out if he did to try and get it back. Yet they're the ones that all the bad things are happening to. They're the ones that are struggling. He's the one who's the obnoxious kid, who's a bratty to his parents, to everybody. Yet You're meant to be laughing with them about these people getting beat up. Whereas in the original, you had Kevin, who had an argument with his mum, but you knew that it was just a case of everybody hates him. It was just because of the rush, and nobody would pay him attention, and they go in a huff, and she got angry with him and did it, and the struggle with her trying to get home and him missing her, and it was they two trying to steal from the house, and he's protecting it. So that's what made it funny. But this new one, they're basically saying you can hurt anybody, it doesn't matter, and it's funny because you deserve it. You is a spoiled brat of a kid. So there is a trailer out there. Somebody did a discussion about it. I would watch it, and you'll see the difference between Home Alone and this new reboot of Home Alone. And it's that I don't like when they do new stuff. They update them and tell you the good people are the bad people, and the bad people are the people you should be rooting for.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't like. The abominable Mr. Hyde. Hiya. Welcome aboard and geek out with the rest of us. So,
Rose McIver stars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the spam song.
Yeah.
I love spam.
Yep.
I still have my sandwiches with either spam or chocolate.
Yep.
Well, I've seen one of my guilty pleasures on YouTube is cooking channels, amateurs doing stuff. And I've seen it recently. There's a lot of people going with like, oh, can we really do stuff with this canned crap? And I do agree, canned stuff is usually not as good. But if you're a little bit creative, yes, obviously it's costing you probably the same as a proper meal of what the can is supposed to do. But it's...
Yep. Hey, guys, have you actually, anybody seen the 1948 show and Do Not Adjust Your Set?
I haven't.
The Do Not Adjust Your Set I've heard of. The 1948 show I haven't even heard of.
Do Not Adjust Your Set, I don't recall, but do not change this channel.
But Do Not Adjust Your Set, Do Not Adjust the vertical hold was a Twilight Zone thing. Or, sorry, an Outer Limits thing.
That was Outer Limits, yeah.
Outer Limits, do not adjust your set. We have control of your set. Do not adjust.
We are in control, yeah.
That one. But the Do Not Adjust Your Set, I knew there was a show with that name, and it was Harton. It was either one took it from the other, and I can't remember what one it was, but I think Twilight Zone was first, and this one was later. I'm not entirely sure. Or if the two of them just had a similar name, and the Twilight Zone used that because they took that. I think it's just that it was a saying, do not adjust your set because, and they've called it do not adjust your set, and the Twilight Zone used the whole phrase as part of theirs. I don't know what one was first, but no, sorry, you're lucky. I'm always jealous when somebody's got really good classic old stuff. The one classic one I'm actually still hoping to get is the BBC one. Oh, what was it called? I did a review of it, and it's popped out my head again. Where is it? I've got it somewhere. I'm actually hunting for it at the moment. BBC Beyond something or other. I can't even remember it. I can't even find it in my list. It's been such a long time. Out of the Unknown. That's what it's called. Out of the Unknown was a classic 1950s, 60s stuff, or 1960s, 70s stuff. And it had some actors' first roles, and I can tell they were first roles. Hannah Gordon was in it. Bill Teacher was in it. There was a load of people in it. Even had George Cole in the 70s in it, and I think that was one of his early ones as well. But you had some actors who were character actors. You could see them in the background as extras. They don't speak or anything in the background, and it is Out of the Unknown. So I don't know if it's a similar idea to that. These two shows are like sci-fi of the old age where they didn't have a better understanding of what would happen. Like, for instance, you've got Martians and people from Jupiter and stuff like that all within this show, and it can be fun. The parrot speech led into the lumberjack song. Yep, because I'm a lumberjack.
I used to have all the words to the Philosopher's Drinking Song pinned on my fridge when I was still in New York.
Nigel Kant was a real peasant. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to know that one myself just because we used to sing it. I used to sing it as a drinking song, and but that was a long time ago. I remember that Nigel Kant was a real peasant, and somebody got fairly merry. I can't remember it.
Immanuel Kant was a real pissant. Was very rarely stable. I think it was Heidegger. Heidegger was a boozy beggar. Could drink you under the table.
See, it just shows you long ago. I can't even remember the thing. I can just remember certain parts of it. But yeah, I love that song.
Yeah. Kelly's just managed to make me really jealous. She's going to watch ice hockey, which is a sport I'm really missing having moved to UK.
Oh my God, me too, Jim. I'm a massive ice hockey fan.
See, I'm not a big, massive ice hockey fan, but see, in my youth, I never played ice hockey, but I used to skate. But I was a big fan of.
The closest thing I can come to ice hockey in the UK is rugby.
No, see, I'm not into sports
for the intensity, yeah.
Yeah, for the intensity, for the speed, for the not stopping. It's not like football. Oh, something happened. Let's stop the game, add a couple of minutes toward the end. No. In ice hockey, if the referee goes, okay, we need to resolve this, it's quick stop, resolve, done, we play, but it's 20 minutes done, 3 times 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It's fixed.
I basically grew up with ice hockey. My dad, that was another thing I used to watch with my dad. And that's how I actually became Kelly. I don't know what side of the subway system you're on, man. But I grew up as a New York Rangers fan. And there's a massive rivalry between the Rangers and the Islanders. And I went to school with 2 brothers, and one of them was a Rangers fan and the other one was an Islanders fan. And he used to sneak into the art room and draw New York Islanders logos all over my art folder. We had like a real good rivalry going. It was really funny.
But that's mostly similar to Scotland, whereas me and my brother, I was a Rangers fan. He was a Celtics fan. Glasgow Rangers and Glasgow Celtic. I don't watch sport now. I only used to support it because he supported one, and I do not watch sport at all. But the news enjoying sport was ice dance. I'm basically, I'm that weirdo. I used to love
I'm a geek first and foremost. I'd rather grab a good comic book than be a sports fan. To give a nod to Colin here, but I do like the certain kinds of sports where there is camaraderie, there is the friendships and everything. And I dislike football, or for you American
soccer
offshoots, soccer. It's not soccer. What you call football is not football. If you hold the ball in your hand, it's not foot. It's handball.
See,
but being cheeky about that.
Football.
Yeah, but something I like about both rugby and ice hockey, it's really harsh rivalry. They're definitely trying to win. They're doing their absolute best, but at the end of the game, it's the handshakes, it's the hugs, it's the well done, all of that. But you don't see that in football. And football is probably the main reason why I'm not that interested in sports at all.
Jim, what do you call rugby players with a lot of padding on them and helmets?
American
football, yeah. You take American football player, take all his padding, his helmet off him, and put him in a rugby team, and we'll see how hard they are. I'm not a big fan of sports, but if you have to be padded that much to play a game, is it really a hard game?
I tried, and sorry to say to the one American on the show here, I tried to get into American football and everything, but I just don't get the take a 5-minute break after every 2 minutes worth of play. Rugby is 40 minutes non-stop. There's a guy lying over there bleeding, probably an arm broken. They just play around him.
Strap it, I'll get back on.
Yeah, and he's just like, patch me up and I'll get back on. Yep. Obviously, there is the medical concerns and everything, and I do understand that the concussions and all that, and where they go is like, we're going to have to take him off really because this really looks bad.
Yeah,
but it is definitely, it's push it to the limit. Push it to, yes, you're here to win the game, no matter what happens. And that's why I like the rugby, and ice hockey definitely has the same thing, even though ice hockey is heavily padded. But I've heard some like really scary stuff, like that little hockey puck can be launched over 100 miles an hour. Yeah, you would definitely need a little bit of padding to protect yourself against the projectile coming at you at that speed. But even so, for me, it's ice hockey. I definitely like it because it's fast, it's intensive, and there is no, you're trying to cheat the referee, which is football. But football, because football isn't about who scores the most. Football is only about trying to cheat the referee.
Mm-hmm.
Get the penalty here. Oh, I tripped on a grass straw. Oh, I deserve a penalty because I can't even learn how to walk properly.
Yeah, all sports should be banned. They basically just get rid of them. They're sports. They shouldn't be they shouldn't be professional. They should be amateurs playing it. Bugger it. But then again, I'm just I don't like sports, so it's all my fault. Anyway, Kellyanne says done a lot of audibles. I've got piles of audibles. I love audibles. I've actually got all my stuff. Most of the books that I've got, like my Wheel of Time, all my Terry Pratchett's, I've got them all on Audible and everything. Anytime I get a book I like it, I'll get it in Audible as well. So I've got all my Terry Pratchett ones in Audible.
I'll pitch it to the audience. If you have not signed up for Audible, and mind you, I'm not giving you an affiliate link so I get anything. Audible for me, it's £7.99 a month, I think it is.
It is, and you get one credit.
Yeah, it gives you one credit. It gives you one audiobook per month. I have, even though I dipped low because PJ and Glenn was actually giving me good recommendations, I still have 2 left. I do not spend the credits fast enough to be, I have to pay extra. $7.99, I get an audiobook. And by the time I'm finished the audiobook, I have 2 credits available for the next thing. And I spend 1, and then suddenly, I'm up to 2. I just can't spend them fast enough.
Well, unfortunately, I can. Basically, I've been on it for about 8 years. And I've got a couple hundred books in it. So every so often, I'll go and purchase 3 extra credits just so I can use to get the book from it. I've got the Terry Pratchett one. I've got a load of things like Blake 7. I've got a few Doctor Who. I've got some really fun ones. The one I'm actually reading, I'm on book 5 of the Mortimer series. Everybody Loves Large Chests. It's about a mimic in a dungeon and dragons type game. It's about a mimic who becomes sentient and levels up. It is not for children. There's a lot of weird.
We should probably just put out a warning sign at the beginning of the show. Just going. We are actually talking about the adult stories.
Yeah, and also another one I love is the Ark Royal series. I think there's 13, 14 books, 14 books or 13, but it basically it's a space opera one, and I quite enjoy that. There's also the Bobverse. I love the Bobverse one. That is superb as well. I've got a load of stuff. Boy in the Blue Box, Nicholas Courtney. I've got what do you call him? John Pertwee's his Moon Boots and the other one. But I can't. There's so many. I've loved Audible. I've got all my Terry Pratchett on it, and I've got loads. I've got all my Piers Anthony on them as well.
Like
They're not on Audible, but they're just Audible books that I've got on disc, and I've ripped them. But
I'd highly recommend. I know there might be
Aliens. Try the Detectorists again. It's fun.
Yeah, but when it comes to audiobooks, I know some people might be hesitant towards it, but for me, sadly, a lot of the major part of my very interesting work I do is just like entering data into fields and everything. And my brain just switches off. It's just muscle memory. I need something for my mind to keep myself occupied. So I can get through quite a lot of an audiobook during a workday because I don't need to hear other people during the day. I can just crunch the data, do the numbers, do the spreadsheets, do all of that boring stuff. But it doesn't keep my mind occupied. It's just muscle memory, getting this point, that thing in. So for me, an audiobook in the background is working fantastic. And if you are in such a work role, whatever it is, warehouse working, you work in a terminal or a dock or whatever it is you do, even if you're just painting walls, you don't really need to have your ears occupied hearing yourself painting a wall. Fill it with an audiobook. Because you're probably already having a radio on in the background, just listening to music. So I highly recommend get audiobooks. Get stories that you're interested in.
See, you've got Audible. You've got what's the other ones? See, I'm on Audible, but I still buy DVDs or CDs with books on it. There's other sites out there like what was the BBC one? They did a lot of Doctor Who stuff, but there's other sites out there that do Audible stories and stuff like that. I use Audible, but I still go and buy CDs with the stuff on it. Sometimes I'll go to the library and I'll rip. But I don't do that often. I get a CD I like and I'll basically just copy it. But that's terrible of me. I've not done that for years. Honest officer. Big boy did it and ran away. I'm just trying to catch up with the chat.
I was just going to say.
Sorry, we've been going like gangbusters here. Yeah.
We get distracted by talking about.
Anytime I get to talk about ice hockey, I'm all over that.
Yeah. See, the thing is, that's what I'm saying. I used to have my boots. I used to go skating, but I was a big Torval and Dean fan, so I never liked sports.
Well, I'm going to steal part
to watch ice dancing.
I will ask when. One of the US teams that I really liked, mid-90s to maybe early 2000s, was Colorado Avalanche. What's your perspective of them and how good they were or how good they were not? Or
I got to be honest, when the newer teams started coming in, I had sort of stopped watching around that time for probably life stuff, too much going on. And oddly, I did when I lost my dad, bless him. I mean, we were such hockey buddies that I couldn't watch hockey for a while after. And then eventually I got back into it around, oddly enough, the year that the Rangers finally won the Stanley Cup for the first time since 1940. And then I watched it for a while, But then a lot of these newer teams started coming in, the Avalanche being one, and it new at the time. And I just probably just sort of, it dropped away. You know, a part of the reason as well is we used to be able to get, I don't think we had cable for quite a while. So you used to be able to watch like the Rangers away games, you could watch on a local channel. And then eventually the cable channels bought up all the rights to all the games. So then you couldn't watch them unless you had cable.
That's a surprise.
Which was a bummer because it took, you know, obviously I did grow up listening to it on the radio. Like if I wasn't watching them on the telly, I was listening to the game live from Madison Square Garden on the radio. That's how big of fans we were. You just never missed a game if you could possibly manage it. But yeah, so the Avalanche, I'm not that au fait with. The Quebec Nordiques.
I do take away a really good thing. Good, great, whatever you want to call it, like a key point. You're a through and through New Yorker. It's like
say again.
You're a through and through New Yorker. Madison Square Garden, those are the kind of games that matter. Because it's quite interesting. Because, again, PJ saying not big in sports. I'm kind of the same, but where I grew up is like, oh, this is your hockey team, and unfortunately, our hockey team was tats. They were useless, but they did have literally. They were climbing season 3 to top tier league, and then back down immediately. They were all over the place, but that made it fun because you never knew what was going to happen. But I think, in terms of that kind of sports analogy or like events, that's what I like about discovering a new sci-fi story or comic book story or fantasy, sci-fi, whatever it is. It's you don't know what's going to happen. But it was just a curious example because you grew up in that area. You knew what it was, and it was a big part of what everybody supposedly liked. But here in UK, sadly, I do miss it.
Yeah. Well, I don't. So shut up. So I watched the Murdoch Mysteries, and I stopped after a while, and I just found it boring. And the other one I saw, Archer, basically, that's they're talking about this new, was it the girl with the antlers? A bit like Wendy.
It's one of the recent
ones. Picture. It was a girl with the antlers. A turtle died because of a plastic bag, and so she goes to the shop and kills the guy actually serving behind the counter.
But isn't this real life event actually our physical world?
This
or was that a comic book? Because I never really got into it.
Had to arrest her because it was bad for PR image, not because she did anything wrong, but it was because it was bad for their PR image. They had to arrest her according to. Saw a couple Az and Gary talking about it. So it does. So not good. That's what their heroes are. Your hero is something happens, somebody who just so happens to supply that to somebody else is at fault for the other person doing it, even though you don't know what one of the thousands of people did it. The person that sold it to is done it's guilty, so they should just kill them. And the person that does the killing, we should feel sorry for them because they killed an innocent person.
No. But it's part of. Sadly, I've seen the Friday Night Tides that was, and unfortunately, it was a lot around the focus of the accidental shooting of unknown origin by an actor that is apparently had the gun in his hand, but never shot the gun and killed someone. And going, I have no guilt about this. And I'm just going, that seems a lot about what they're trying to build in the Hollywood hero stories again. If you look back at every single major superhero that we have, the Hulk, Captain America, Spider-Man, Iron Man, go on, Black Widow, everyone, they had a reason to step up, an actual reason. good or bad, they had the reason. But this now is like, oh, don't worry, can be killed. Don't worry, it's not important. And it feels like it's making life less valuable.
Yeah. There you go. That's to say, Around the Horn is available on the web. Around the Horn with, what's his name? Big Mutton Chops. He had Mutton Chops. What's his name? Eddie Edwards. I do remember that. Not that I watched it initially, but as I said, I grew up with my dad watching a lot of comedy. The radio show Around the Horn. They also did a TV show Around the Horn with Eddie Edwards. I think it was Eddie Edwards. Mutton Chops. We've got that weirdo back. So hold on. Somebody's already actually blocked them anyway. So thank you. So, but Around the Horn, I'm sure it was Eddie Edwards. So there's the top cut. Yeah, some of us do have in any form. It's any sports. I'm just not a big sports fan. My wife loves the sports. You know me.
No, when it comes to sports, I like the unpredictable nature of it. And if I'm going to be brutally honest, I love the openness that rugby has. You don't have fans of one team isolated, locked down in one quarter of the arena, and fans of the other team locked down, and there is like hundreds of police officers and I think, no, in rugby, the fans, you can literally have one of the other teams literally sitting next side by side, and it's like, oh yeah, that was good. Well, the other guy's going to say, damn it. And that's all that happens in rugby. Here in England, if you go to a football match, you cannot buy alcohol during gameplay time. At rugby, not an issue. Have as much alcohol as you want. We know you guys are not going to start a fight.
See, there you go. Kelly's got it. The football players, a ball hit them in the knee and they'll go like that. Oh, as if somebody's punched them in the face and they're rolling around and the ref will say, foul. And they'll get up and go, cheers, ref, and then walk away. And people are going,
I'll say this for any soccer/football fan out there. Hand of God, the most famous football player of all time, Maradona. Sorry.
Yeah, honourable Mr. Hyde, sorry, I'm only a fan of female soccer when they changed the shirts at the end of the match. And that was an old I'm trying to remember.
I have no comment.
That was actually because a lot of football players used to change their tops at the end of matches. There was a sketch on, and I can't even remember the show. You see the guy sitting there watching it, and one of the guys saying, "This is not very good." But then he says, "Oh, just wait." And then the whistle goes, and then all the women start changing tops, and that's when all the crowd started cheering. And that could not be done now. But it was a sketch, and I'm just trying to remember what program it was on. But yeah, that's what that reminds me of.
Yeah. But again, sport isn't for everybody. And even though I like ice hockey, I know a fair amount about it. I like rugby. I know a fair amount about it. I am by no means a go sports. If I can watch or read a comic book, not current day material. Actually, I watch sport over current day productions. But give me a Spider-Man comic from the 1990s or a world championship, gold league, whatever sport. No, I'll go for the comic book.
Comic books are always better.
Yes.
Yeah, Big Finish is the one. But there is other ones out there that will do a lot of different ones. You can even get a lot of classical ones which are not under copyright anymore. You can get them for free. There are certain sites that do old classic stuff on Audible for free. So it was. I'm just actually trying to catch up.
Yeah, the chat's been on fire. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I do apologize if I've missed messages you guys sent.
Yeah.
So
I've got a load of Big Finish
I'm
stuff.
right on the chat.
I've not watched it. I've not listened to it for ages, but I have got a load of Big Finish stuff. Most of the Doctor Who stuff I've got is all Big Finish. I've got a couple which are audible, but no many. But I've not listened to them for ages because I get caught up in other stuff. Like I started watching listening to the Wheel of Time. Before that, I was on the Bobverse, which is 5 books. Before that, it was the Ark Royal stuff. It's basically there's a load on my listening to list, and because I wasn't driving last year because of the lockdown or the lockup, I wasn't listening to it because I listened to it in my car on my way driving to and from places. Last year I was not driving at all, so I didn't. I'm way behind. So just so you're aware, that's why I've not listened to half as much as I used to. But I'm catching up again. So because I'm in 6 hours traveling to and from work a week, so at least I'm getting that.
Oh, I'm so lucky. My department, so not the company, but my department has just gone, guys, there are quite a few cases. Stay at home. We'd love you to come in, but stay at home.
Yeah.
So the rest of the year,
actually, the people have been told they want you in for three days a week. Pick your 3 days, and some people phone up and say, "I've got it. I can't come in." They'll say, "Fine, stay at work until you feel better." The rest of us just go, "I'm getting in anyway. Big deal." And it's, you know what I mean? But it's. I think it's just a case of it depends in the people in the office. Some people actually like being working, some people like working from home, some people like working from the office because it separates it. So I think it's most of ours are like that. The guy I work beside, he likes working in the office, so he'll work in the office 5 days a week, whereas me, I like working in the office sometimes, but not all the times, because that 2 hours an hour to work and an hour from work. I would rather do that here rather than do the travelling. So, but I'd still need to go in at least once, twice a week. But it's the fact is, if there's going drag us in 5 days a week.
It's a balance, but I will have to say, I'm very cheeky about it. If I'm home and doing my work, I can roll on to the computer at 7 o'clock in the morning, emails, alerts, incidents, whatever I need to get done, get ready, get onto them, get prepped for the meetings and everything. But if I find a 2-hour slot, I just put on my projector and have a good old film in the background. Yes, I'm still working, but I can do that enjoyment and everything. So my demand has been, if they want me to come into the office, it has to be of added value.
Yeah.
It has to be a reason that I'm sitting in the office, because I can do exactly everything at home.
Look at that. Look at the comment. The chats turning into sports wars. And the guys
are wrong, the
rest of us are talking hockey. So they're all talking hockey, we're talking geeky stuff.
But this is where my definition of geeky, I know it's separating from a lot of other people. If you're a complete Go Sports nerd thingy, it is for you. You have to watch every single sports game, every single sports commentary, every news catch up, every manager change, every new player hire, every new player being fired. You're a geek. Congratulations, you're a geek. You just doesn't happen to be a geek in the areas we are very passionate about, which is comic books, sci-fi, fiction, fantasy.
A geek about a particular subject. It doesn't matter what the subject is. We're all geeks about something.
Yes. Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, when I was watching ice hockey, I mean, I subscribed to the hockey news. I used to check every stat. I knew about every trade. I knew, I was just I just ate, slept, and breathed it, and I loved it. And I still love it, but I just haven't, it's more difficult to watch it and to catch it over here But the Cardiff does have a hockey team, and I just wish we lived closer to Cardiff. I would love to go to those games.
Unfortunately, BBC and ITV, which are the big broadcasters, don't seem to care about it. Even when Olympics, Winter Olympics, ice hockey is for the rest of the planet outside of United Kingdom. Ice hockey is one of the major events during the Olympics, the Winter Olympics. Here in United Kingdom, let's watch someone throw a dart at the board.
You can tell the difference because see football, which is to the British broadcasters the most important.
Yes.
See in Scotland, it's the England games we see if the two of them are playing at the same time. Because guess what? They don't care. They only care about what they want to watch. Don't care about what the rest of us want to watch. So up in Scotland, we watch the England game rather than the Scotland game if the two of them are on at the same time. So because BBC Scotland don't care because they get it from BBC England and they tell them what to watch. So even in Scotland, they don't actually put what is most popular on here. Because you wouldn't actually put in BBC Wales, you would put the England game instead of the Welsh game. But in Scotland they do. Because they don't care. When it comes to they watch what they want to watch. So if they're not interested in if they were interested in winter sports, hockey, whatever, you would see a hell of a lot. Do you know there used to be a one on Sunday called Kabaddi? Absolutely fantastic. It was an Indian Pakistani game. And they even had sport the teams from the railway companies, and it was absolutely amazing. They stopped it. I used to get up every Sunday to watch Kabaddi. It was the only sport I really liked. Male and female Kabaddi teams didn't matter, but I loved it. Never. They don't play it on anymore. I can catch it occasionally on YouTube, but very occasionally. But Kabaddi's just. It's not a typical sport. It's not a big sport outside India, I think, at all. But it is absolutely fantastic. But you can't get to watch it. But it used to be on a Sunday because somebody had an interest on sports from around the world. So every so often there were different sports. Kabaddi was one of them. And that is a popular game worldwide because of the Indian population. Yet still, it's not actually broadcast as much.
I will give a quick reply to the comment on the screen at the moment. Cam,
books are great.
Audiobooks are good, but they are unfortunately reliable on the narrator.
Yes.
If the narrator is not good, they can literally destroy a really
what
good
to do
book.
is when you're going to check out books, if you go into Audible and you're going to check out something on Audible, check the comments because some of them will tell you a good story, but this lacks or that lacks, and it's usually good. So if you've got a book you like, get it done. Like for instance, there's some people I don't like reading books. Fantastic. I love Ready Player One, the book. Will Wheaton reads it, who I think's a tosspot. However, in that book, he sounds as if he's enjoying it, he understands it, and he's just getting right into it, and it makes the book better. So the orator is or narrator is definitely brings the book alive, even if the guy's a tosspot or whatever. The Wheel of Time books, they are actually now being done by Rosamund
Pike, and
Pike.
Her brain must be nuked from orbit because if she's reading the content and the stuff that she's executive producer for, she can just go, how the crap did I destroy something this good? But the original...
The thing is, if you want to see listen to the original, they're both male and female narrators in the same book, because if it's a female-centric side of the story, it's a female reading it. If it's a male-centric side, male reading it. And they swap backwards and forwards within the same book, so it's not all one reading one book.
It's not all one, but it's not only female-centric or male-centric where they swap it. Sometimes in a book you have environmental stories. This is how it looks. This is like magnificent castle walls and everything. You know, the description of what you have in front of you, how a city looks like and everything. They literally spread that well between the male and the female narrator that is reading it, and they do it really well in the first dub. But yeah, it's mainly when there is the male part of the story or the female part of the story. That's usually when the man and the woman, male and female, are narrating it. But they take turns when it comes to just describing what's around you, the environment. And I find that really, really good.
Yep. Cam, I understand that because, you know, with my... Sorry, I'll do it this way so I can actually do it a wee bit better.
I plan on winning the lottery, and I will buy myself a massive tower where I can have a library like you have behind you, PJ.
Yeah, as you can see, right, hold on. I have my shelf unit full of stuff. If I got the option to actually have all my books, which are just there, so, and they're all piled up high and along the bottom shelf, and some of these ones I've got my books. However, if I want to have all this, that means I would have to get rid of all my DVDs, all my figures, all my thing. I do appreciate the fact is I don't get that opportunity, so I can appreciate that getting to that state can be a slog to get the library room. But I can appreciate it. So I'm just catching up with the chat, so because it's actually coming up for 1:45, and I think we'll need to we'll look at winding down. Oh my god, you get sorry guys, it's just that I noticed.
I'm kind of amazed. I'm kind of amazed I've made it this far.
You know why
my chin is getting closer to my keyboard. I'm like,
you know why that is?
Just about holding my head up.
You know why that is? Hockey in the chat. You're like that.
That's what's kept me awake.
You're like that. She's basically going.
Kelly said the word hockey, and I was just like, I'm awake now. Oh my god.
Kenneth Horne, Kenneth Williams, Betty Madsen. See, I knew Kenneth Williams in it. I thought it was Eddie Edwards as well. So around the horn, I thought Eddie Edwards was in it. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Because I knew Kenneth Williams in it because he always used to, well, Kenneth Williams, they basically carry on and they did so much more. And brilliant.
Just a quick comment. Yes, I'm with you, Gwen. Kellynch has definitely derailed the chat with sports. Go sports ball.
Well, specifically hockey.
Hockey.
Yeah.
Hockey, yes.
Yeah. I'm not, I wouldn't call myself like a super sports fan. But I am, you mentioned hockey and I'm just like rapt attention. I'm right there.
Squirrel.
Because that was part of my, yeah, exactly. That was just such a part of my life for so many years that it's very special to me.
Yeah. So effectively what you've said is the chat can puck off.
No, we love Kellynch. She's the best.
I never said anything because if it was a case of take a shot, but
no, it's geeky. We're supposed to be talking about Home Alone.
Well, we did,
and obviously we get derailed, and we remember, oh, this actor, and this thing, and this happened, and this was good. But I love the fact that there is the interactivity with the chat, and yeah, sometimes we derail ourselves, and sometimes the chat just going
right. there's a question in a sport I have zero concept of, apart from the fact that I know it looks like a stick with a wee net on the end. What is lacrosse?
Yeah, I'm the same. I have no concept about that sport.
It looks like a stick with a wee net at the end. But I know they have to scoop up a ball of some description, but I have no idea what lacrosse is. You see occasional it's either Canada or North America, and there's a lacrosse team, and you see them all starting about with it.
The only concept I have about it is what was it? It's how to lose a guy. No, not how to lose a guy in 10 days. It's 10 things I hate about you.
Yeah,
a teenage film, and the shrew is playing lacrosse, and she's brutally violent. But I've seen a couple of clips from lacrosse, and I'm just going, it's not that violent. She literally looks like she's decapitating people on the field in the 10 things I hate about you. And I'm just going, don't know, but I have no concept about. I have no concept about scoring or rules or how you play it.
You mean sports have rules? I've never believed that. Christopher Nuttall's the Art Royal series is fantastic. I do agree with his stuff is great. But there you go. Give you something that I do know about sports, which most people probably have got an idea. You know why there's two halves? Why they don't just play a game all the way through? Some sports they do a bit, and so they'll do a run, then they'll stop for 10 minutes, then they'll do another run, then and all that, or they'll still do plays. But you know why they have a half time in sports? Yes? No?
Go on.
Just to put adverts in.
It is no. They do it because when sports, they started doing it so that it'd be like American football, specifically, right? They would both universities they were playing against would have different rules. Same for basketball. So they would do the first half playing that skills rule and the second half playing that skills rule. So basically both their rules were so that if you were allowed to kick forward and run with the ball at this school and that's their rules, you played that for the first half. The second half, if you could only throw backwards and things like that for like rugby, so if they could throw forwards in one school and they could only throw backwards, that's why they always had a second half, so they could change rules. It wasn't about changing ends; it was about changing rules.
I did not know that.
Yes,
but that's actually that's actually making it fair. I have one set of rules. You have to read my comic books, my TV shows, but in return, I have to watch your comic books, your TV shows.
Yeah, but that's the way the thing it was, and that was the reason why you put two halves in most sports now. It is because when it started, all the universities and all the colleges in Britain or in America, they would do the same idea, is they had different rules. So rather than try to make a rule that everybody stuck with, they would just do, well, the first half you do with your rules, second half you do with our rules. And that's why you've got two halves, and it's continued on. And if anybody in the chat knows any different from me, please put it in. Because
I'm sure Colin is jumping at the bit. It's like, I know exactly the historical reason this was happening.
Yeah, you can guess it, but that's what I always understood it. And I would just put it down to me being probably just been told it by somebody, and I just remembered it because it was a weird fact. But I'll put it down to me being learned. If nobody's going to blow my trumpet, I'll do it.
And to comment on Colin's comment that is on the screen, I already replied in the chat.
What's that?
Public transportation and even car transportation here in the UK, especially around London, stupidly expensive.
Mm.
It costs you a fortune to go anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to pay 14 quid 55 every day just to travel less than 10 miles into central London.
Yeah, I believe it.
Well, I before the pandemic, I was traveling 6 days a week, and I was paying £300 in petrol a month. Now I'm only traveling 3 days a week, and the petrol has gone up, and I'm still paying about £200 a month in petrol alone. That's just going to and from work. So that's what 12 days. I'm traveling to and from work. I'm paying £200 for those 9 days or 12 days.
It's a sad fact about this tiny little island, and it is tiny. The entire United Kingdom is extremely small, but it costs you a fortune to go anywhere.
Mm-hmm. I used to actually stay across the road from my work, and it made no much difference.
Because
I'd buy my lunch because I didn't need to pay for traveling. I'd buy my lunch at the shop rather than actually walking home. And it would cost me a fortune.
Yes.
And there's nothing wrong with golf. Golf's just a long walk ruined by losing golf balls.
Yeah, I could never really get into golf.
Well, my mother told me to get into golf, and it was because my brother and my father played golf, and she wanted me to spend more time with my family when I split up. So she made me get a set of golf clubs and go to golf once a week with my mum, my dad, and my brother just to spend time with them. I'm glad she did. I'm crap at it, but I'm glad she did.
The only thing I know about golf is most of the people I come across, they seem to be higher senior management and everything. And I've actually looked into golf, but golf it's not physical. It doesn't take that much energy out of you. It's not like going to the gym for half an hour.
It's a long walk.
It's a long walk. If you do a proper game of golf, 18 rounds, holes, whatever it's called, that's 3-4 hours. And I'm just going, hang on, you're senior management. You're telling me you have all this free time that you can go to the golf course and play full rounds 3 to 4 times a week. What the crap?
That's where they do their meetings. That's the thing.
Yeah,
so
but what are you doing at work?
Planning the next golf tournament.
Yeah.
And I bet when I used to play darts quite a lot, I've got a couple of medals somewhere.
Really?
In my school box of darts. I cannot hold a dart anymore.
I know.
Your
Bummer, man.
Is weaker than mine because I couldn't hit the floor if I fell on it.
Oh, I'm crap at it. I've tried.
That's the way to fly. You throw yourself at the ground and miss.
Yeah, unfortunately, I never mastered the piece from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy of Flying. Yeah. If I'm trying to hit the floor, I will miss it. I will just not fly.
You're talking about that one there, up there. That's Wendy Padbury. Yeah.
Oh, that's a very good spot.
Yeah, that's my Wendy Padbury one. Let's see. Slowly out. Yes, she's here.
Yeah, now you can see.
And definitely. That is Ace. Where is she? Yeah. That way. That one. Sophie Aldridge. Yes, so she is. And the one next to that is Sylvester. And I've got Janet Fielding above.
Now you can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got Janet Fielding and Nissa, what do you call her? Oh.
It's because it's late.
So, I've got basically, yes, that's
Sarah Sutton.
Sarah Sutton, that's the one. And above that, I've got Nicola Bryant and William Russell. And then to the left of that, I've got Sylvester, Colin, Peter, and I've got Fraser Hines as well, all over that side of the wall. So that's well spotted. Yeah, yeah, that's Wendy Padbury, no Wendology.
It's like we keep saying, trust the chat to keep us honest.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I think I'm done.
I think I'm getting there as well. So I'm going
to literally fall out of my chair.
Yeah. Well, Wendy, I'll see you Wednesday. Thank you very much for joining us again. We're going to be spinning down anyway, so we'll let you go. And that way, if you're not falling out your keyboard, you're falling out your pillow.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I might make it that far. Yeah, I'm going to give it my best shot.
Stay on target.
Yeah.
Might have to crawl in there at this point.
Definitely.
But thanks everybody in the chat as well, and thank you both, PJ and Jim. It's been really great, really fun one.
As always, Wendy, it's always fun. Thank you very much for making these two ugly buggers actually sound as if they're actually intelligent.
Well, likewise. Yeah. So we'll catch up again on Wednesday, and everybody take it easy, take care, and keep safe. All right.
Sarah,
night. Take care. Bye-bye.
Right, Jim, what we'll do is we'll fly through these and then we'll wind down, talk, and get everybody ready for tomorrow, because we've also got tomorrow to go.
How far have you really got? Are you still just doing one alone? Because
I'm doing one alone. I've not
on
even
5.
watched episode 3 until I'm not watching it until tomorrow. I can't. Neither I can.
Let's just say there is not enough curse words. There's not enough curse words available for what I have just seen this morning.
See, I was thinking either Rumpel or the Bailey, but I was also thinking of Timothy Rumpel from Renta Ghost. Unless I've missed something, Rambling Sid Rumpel is it one of the books? Have I just skipped something as my head went, bye?
I seriously need to figure out a way of just having the chat on a proper screen kind of thing so I can actually see it when it happens, because I have struggled to keep up with the chat this evening. So it's been on fire.
There you go. It's been good. Just thought about a commercial about Kathleen O'Hara Mason leaving her son alone, home alone. Kathleen O'Hara. Was it real life or was it just advertising?
Oh, it might be.
You know what I mean? Oh, there's another thing I might say when you're talking about football. Right, when I grew up, when I was younger, I was a Rangers supporter. My brother was a Celtic supporter growing up. My brother's still a Celtic supporter. His wife's a Rangers supporter. His son is a Rangers supporter, and his daughter's a Celtic supporter. So you can imagine that. However, I didn't find out until about 12 years ago that my dad was always a Celtic supporter, but he always told me he was a Clyde supporter. So me and my brother didn't feel as if we should support his team or not support. So I grew up, I was late 30s. Actually, I must have just been in my 40s. And that's when I found out my dad was a Celtic supporter his whole life, but he wouldn't tell us because he didn't want his two boys to choose his team. He wanted us to choose our own team. And I chose.
You see that's a good dad.
But that's, I mean, 40 was the first time I found out, and that's terrible. I can understand when we were kids, but once we were grown up, what difference did it make when we were adults?
This is probably why I like the sports like ice hockey or rugby. Even though I say ice hockey is starting to turn or have started in the last quarter of a century to be more hooliganish like football. oh, your team won, we're gonna smash your face in. That kind of stuff, like whatever you see on BBC News every morning after a big tournament football thing, smashing up the streets, fighting, people arrested and everything. It's like, no. Go enjoy. Your team lost. You still probably saw a good game. And yes, your team may have gotten trashed, but learn from it. Come back, root for them again and going, okay, this wasn't so good. The next time you meet that very same team, it should be, okay, they really smashed us last time. We should have the energy. We root for them, cheer for them. Don't go bash some stranger's face in and send them to the hospital. That's the completely wrong thing to think about sports, which is why I really love rugby. I've been to tons of the finals, the Aviva Cup Premiership, and literally been sitting, rooting for the other team in a sea of people just voting, cheering, rooting, whatever you want to call it, for the other team. And when I've been applauding that the team I was rooting for, they were applauding as well, just going, okay, we hate you, but that was actually a really good effort. They're actually acknowledging, yes, you did good. Screw you, because we want to win.
Yeah.
But you did good.
Yeah.
And that's why, like I said, if you go to football or a football match in England, you can't buy alcohol during gameplay. If you go to a rugby match, have as much as you want, anytime.
Yeah. Right. Just need to round up a couple of things. Kelly, it is 2 minutes past 1 a.m. here right now.
1:02.
And thanks for that. But no, I would have completely missed that one because Round the Horn, as I said, I used to listen to my dad when I was younger, and I remember I always thought it's like, I maybe thinking of something else. Kenneth Williams done so many good stuff that I wouldn't have picked that one up. Thank you for it. I'm definitely going to actually try and get Round the Horn again because I'll get it somewhere. Even if I have to,
definitely on my hunt.
even if I have to get Captain Jack to get it for me. Sparrow.
This is a sports comment, and if Kelly's still watching in, I do have to admit the Neanderthal in me. I like the 80s ice hockey where it was like throw the gloves, smack them in the face, just fight, pull the jersey over, and just go pum.
Yeah,
I did like that, but he was a little bit brutal. I have to admit, but it was still like a gladiator Roman Empire 2,000 years ago, sword and shield and that kind of thing. But for me, ice hockey has always been about gameplay, and there's been some fantastic plays that just like you going, you can really do that. They literally been wizards and magicians, and being able to do that, and it's been fantastic to see. It's almost like reading a comic book or a fantasy book or a sci-fi book, and you just go, "Wow, that was a really good story."
Yeah. Now from hockey to football, generally, yes, Celtic Rangers divide is Catholic Protestant. That it's not as prevalent now as it was then. But even 30 years ago, 35 years ago, it wasn't as prevalent as, yes, most people who supported Celtic were Catholic, most people support, but it wasn't a case of they were, oh, you're Celtic, well, you must be Catholic. It was just a case of most people, it was split down that route. It was never a case of you had the people at either end that were like that, but most people, it was a case of you supported Celtic. Oh, are you a Catholic? No. That thing.
It's a fair observation.
Yeah, but it was just but it was predominantly split that way because you used to look at if you look at Ricky Fulton, Scotch and Rye, the Rangers signing of the Catholic was is absolutely hilarious. And it was a way back then. There is a Scotch and Rye one about the Rangers signing, if you can find it. It's about so Ricky Fulton, Gregor Fisher, and Gerard Kelly are in it. So Gerard Kelly's the guy signing for Rangers. Turns out he's a Catholic, and it's the whole humour around the Catholic Protestant side. Yeah, but it was seen as most people they could make jokes about it because most people saw it as a humour of the divide. So it was never that bad. So yeah, but it was predominantly that way at one point.
Oh, that's a quote from something I recognize.
Your team may have lost, but if you replay the exact game, the results will probably be different anyway. It's basically people who actually always expect the same results. Is that not an
Oh,
Einstein
you're
quote?
talking about the. I'm not sure if it's the Einstein quote.
Right, I'm going to check this because I need to check because so I'm looking at my MP3s. I'm trying to look at my audibles. So right, audibles round the horn. See if I've got it. Robert, Kevin more. I don't have old classic BBC. I can't see my BBC folder stuff that's in that. No, I don't have. I don't have round the horn, so I will need to get hold of it somewhere. I'm trying to think of the history, the old stuff I've got.
You see, I know about Round the Horn, but I definitely have to recheck on it because the name is familiar, but the details are quite fuzzy.
Yeah,
Whether it's old or just
no,
that.
it is old. It is an old one. You're talking about early Kenneth Williams. So it is. So it is old, but it's been a while. I'll need to dig it out. So I've got a note of it. So I have. I'm absolutely getting to the end of my tether, and so
You
what we'll
clearly
do.
haven't had enough of your Iron Brew this evening.
That's what it is. I've only had a 2 litres, but I find if I get chilly, I get tired. So because I've not put the heating on, the heat, it's cold outside, the chill's going down, and if it gets chilly, I start getting tired, which is really weird. I think it's because my bed is nice and warm. I just want to go. So and the dog's here, so I need to actually get them up. But what I'm going to say is,
giving you a subliminal message of them snoring constantly, so you hear it,
yeah.
and there
But
you're going, "Oh, I should go to sleep."
what we'll do is tomorrow at 8 o'clock, episode 3 of the Wheel of Time. I'll use it, the Wheel of Time. I'll not say the Wheel of Woke or the Wheel of Crap.
No, I have a name for it.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I don't think my first release of a video on my channel will be until Christmas time ish, once I've watched through this. But I already have a name of Wheel of What the Hell Did I Just Watch?
Yeah, well, I'm already tempted to actually rewatch an episode at a time and rant, just a half an hour rant about the crap I just watched. Just sitting and just record it and just fill it and just put it up and do it whenever.
But by the time you reach where I am, you're gonna be at about 5 hours just to cover the nonsense I've just seen. I'm trying to be as generous. I'm trying to take both parts. If
Yeah.
I hadn't read the book, does this actually give me something? But
Jim, you ban for a wee minute, would you? Just talk about Wheel of Time.
wow. Obviously, I'm trying to keep the spoilers away because PJ hasn't seen it, but he's due tomorrow to see the third episode. We're up at 5 at the moment. So I'm trying to not make sure that 4 and 5 is getting included here. But by the time you reach the third episode, you are starting to struggle to understand why many of the characters that they're giving screen time are really part of the story. And I'm not saying that as following the book, I'm saying that as following just a TV show. There is no reason for a lot of these characters to be here, even including the ones that are getting most of the screen time, which is really bizarre because if you have a TV show and an individual is on the screen for a lot of time, you would expect them to have a background, a reason, a motif, whatever you want to call it. But no, this is a complete, and unfortunately now I have to tie it to the book. It's a complete rewrite, and even that part they have managed to miss a lot of. And I'm trying to be as nice as I can because, trust me, I will be unloading a lot of. Really, this is not how you treat a good material and source material you have, which is Bilotande. It's departed from the book so far, even not disclosing anything. And there might be interesting discussions when certain new characters get introduced. And again, I'm not trying to spoil anything because you're still catching up. But
you can't spoil milk.
Yes, you can. Trust me. This show is an excellent example of how you can really turn soured milk into even sour.
Yep, and we have so tomorrow we'll have a guest.
Yes, we will.
We will have a guest tomorrow, a non-reader of the books, to give his opinion. So that should be fun because we're looking at it from two cynical book readers of.
You mean grumpy old bastard?
Well, I was trying to be nice about it, but yeah, grumpy old bastard. But tomorrow I'm going to watch episode 3. I'm only watching one episode a week because I don't want to commit suicide. So one episode a week. My brain has not got enough padding to watch any more than one a week. So episode 3 tomorrow morning. That way I don't have too much of a rant beforehand because one episode, and then we'll catch up and we'll talk. So tomorrow at 8 o'clock, we will be here talking Wheel of Time.
The only happy thing I can say about that is, Colin, I made sure that my Discord is running. I do apologize for missing the old message. It took a couple of days to reply, but I made sure that Discord has just launched. So it is running. It should not be shut down for the next couple of days. So
yeah, and yeah,
the same goes for anyone
was the 60s. Yes, that's right. I know I was a wee boy in the 60s, but my dad used to.
I had a lot less grey in my beard in the 60s.
Yep, and thank you guys for joining us, Colin, Cam, Disaster Area,
Kellynch.
Even
though Kellynch stole the show and just made it about sports.
Yes, and that is always perfect. We are nothing without the chat, as someone always used to tell us, Cockney Spock. And we had a few others. We had the Grand Moff Miranda. The
abominable Mr. Hyde.
The abominable Mr. Hyde. We had the pervert, but I can't remember his name. But it's a view. What can I say?
And as always,
we block him and he comes in again.
Thank you to the spammer that decided to create not one but two and even a third.
Well, he keeps getting blocked, so he has to keep creating another two every single time. So
I mean, that's a massive amount of effort just to watch our channel.
Yeah, but he can actually watch it without even trying. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
But it's all I can say is thank you everyone for joining us.
It's been an amazing evening.
Yeah, I cannot handle more than one a week. It is literally killing me. The first episode took me 3 hours to get through. After the first minute, I stopped it and shouted at the TV for 10 minutes. And then I started again and stopped it and shouted again. And oh, not fun.
I wish I could tell that things will get better, but then both of us would be wrong.
Yes, I know. But we'll see you guys tomorrow. So until then, thank you very much for sticking with us. Thank you for all the hockey chat. Although I don't give a puck. I know it's an old joke, but I'm an old guy. Leave me alone.
No, it was a perfect dad joke, and you're practicing becoming a granddad.
Yeah, too right. Get in training. Granda in training. Roll on April. When April comes around, I'll be a big softy. No, I won't. My grandkid will be a nutcase and a geek, and he'll be talking by the time Saturday comes after he's born or she's born. Either way, he's going to be a nutcase. So, ladies and gents, thank you very much. And from myself and Jim the Viking, remember, I'm not old, I'm classic. Ta-ra.